Chapter 207, Chapter 207 Crippled with one move. Bai Long's face instantly darkened. Ha, this kid, although he has some strength, he's really a hothead. He actually dares to speak to Bai Long like that. He's finished. Lu Matzi was about to leave, but he stopped at that moment. He laughed in his heart when he saw Lu Ming talking to Bai Long in such a manner, gloating over his misfortune. He would be lying if he said that he did not resent Lu Ming for what he did to him just now. It was just that he was not as powerful as Lu Ming and could only swallow his anger. Now that he saw that Lu Ming had actually offended Bai Long, he was naturally overjoyed. He hoped that Bai Long would teach Lu Ming a harsh lesson. The others were the same, gloating at his misfortune. Kid, what did you say? Bai Long's face was cold as he asked in a deep voice. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Lu Ming repeated. Ha ha ha. Bai Long laughed out of extreme anger, and a cold killing intent exploded from his body. He glared at Lu Ming and said, Brat, it has been a long time since anyone has dared to talk to me like this in the outer palace. You are the first one. It seems like some ants are going to turn the sky upside down after I haven't fought for a long time. Today, I will give you an unforgettable lesson. With that, he took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Boom! Bai Long's fist rumbled out, and a terrifying whistling sound instantly rang out. This punch was extremely shocking. The fist force was so powerful that it could even shatter a mountain. Bai Long's lips curled into a sinister smile. He wanted to break all the bones in Lu Ming's body with one punch. In the world of martial artists, no matter where one was, strength spoke the loudest. It was extremely normal for one to draw a sword and kill someone if they did not agree with one another. I originally didn't want to make a move today, but there's a group of people who are looking for death. Lu Ming muttered and waved his palm at Bai Long. The moment he waved his hand, a long spear was formed. Buzz! The tip of the spear pierced through everything, and Bai Long's terrifying fist energy was pierced through like tofu. Ah! Bai Long screamed and quickly retreated. Lu Matzi and the others were shocked. They quickly looked at Bai Long and gasped. A hole appeared on Bai Long's fist, from which white bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. The hole went straight through his arm, as if it had been blasted open. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Long's body trembled non-stop. His face was pale and cold sweat was flowing down his face. He let out a low roar. With that little ability of yours, you still have that expression of blowing the sky up. I'm really speechless. Now, you better get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Brat, you're ruthless, but today's matter isn't over yet. Just you wait. Bai Long roared and fled the place in a sorry state. You're still here. Do you want to be like Bai Long? Lu Ming looked at Lu Matzi and the rest with a faint smile. The expressions of Lu Matzi and the others changed drastically, and they were almost scared out of their wits. Lu Ming was too powerful. He had crippled Bai Long's hand with one move. How could they afford to offend such a ruthless person? Go! I'll leave immediately. Lu Matzi shouted and quickly walked towards the stone stairs. The others followed closely behind. When they reached the second floor, Lu Matzi stopped. Lu Pozi, what's wrong? Haven't you been taught a lesson enough? You still want to stay and get abused? One of the young men sneered and gloated. Shut up! Lu Matzi shouted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy as he said, that kid is strong, but he's brainless. He even dared to hurt Bai Long. Now that Bai Long is injured, he'll definitely go back and ask his big brother Bai Qi. Once Bai Qi comes, this kid is dead for sure. Of course I'll stay and watch the show. As soon as he said that, the other young men's expressions changed. That's right. Bai Qi is one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. With him here, that kid is finished. I also want to stay and watch the show. The young men spoke one after another. They then sat down cross-legged on the second floor, waiting for Bai Qi to arrive. The third floor. Big brother Tianyun, you're really too amazing. When will I be as amazing as you? No, it'll be good if I'm only half as amazing as you. Ming Feng looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Now, Lu Ming was already his idol. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, you'll be able to catch up to me very soon. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the secret room. He sensed it carefully and shook his head. Although the fire-type spiritual energy in the secret room was rich, it did not meet Lu Ming's requirements. He needed to continue down. Ming Feng, you can use this secret room for your cultivation. Lu Ming said. For me? Big brother Tianyun, what about you? Ming Feng asked. I want to continue going down. This place isn't very effective for me. Lu Ming said. Alright then, I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Feng's eyes lit up with excitement as he walked into the secret room. Big brother Tianyun, I'll be closing my door to cultivate then. Ming Feng shouted. Seeing Lu Ming nod, he pressed a button and the stone door of the secret room closed. As for Lu Ming, he continued to go down. Soon, they arrived at the fourth floor. The fourth floor required 27 inscription stones to open a secret room. In the middle of the fourth floor, there were two people sitting cross-legged. The moment Lu Ming came down, the two of them looked at him with ill intentions. It was obvious that they were also people who wanted to occupy the secret cultivation room. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shook his head. Then, he continued down and walked to the fifth level. The two young men's expressions changed. They watched as Lu Ming walked down to the fifth level. Their eyes flickered but they did not follow him in the end. There were no weaklings who could cultivate on the fifth floor. In fact, many of them were students from the General Star Hall Inner Hall and were experts at the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm or above. Lu Ming walked down the stairs. When he was close to the fifth level, the power of an inscription acted on him, preventing him from going any further. Lu Ming's body trembled and this force was destroyed. It seems like without a certain cultivation, I can't even cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. When he set foot on the fifth level, Lu Ming felt waves of scorching, violent fire-type spiritual energy surging in his surroundings, making his skin feel numb and itchy. No wonder there are inscriptions here. The fire spiritual chi here is too hot and violent. Ordinary people would die if they were to be hit by this spiritual chi. Weaker martial artists who cultivate here for a long time would even have their meridians burned. However, this spiritual chi is just right for me. Lu Ming pondered secretly. There were more than a dozen secret chambers around the fifth floor, and about half of them were occupied with people cultivating. There was no one in the open space. No one had occupied the secret cultivation room. Lu Ming walked to the front of a secret room and took out 81 inscription stones. That's right, the fifth floor required 81 inscription stones to open a secret room and cultivate for a month. Embed the rune stone on the stone door, and the stone door will release. Lu Ming opened the door and walked in. After he entered, he closed the stone door. When the stone door was closed, the walls of the secret room glowed with inscriptions, and the fire-attributed spiritual chi in the secret room became more and more intense. The inscription formation in the secret room helped to absorb and gather the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. The fire-attributed spiritual chi here seems to be surging up from deep underground. Lu Ming sensed it carefully. Chapter 208, The Top 10 Experts of the Outer Palace. There were 13 levels in the earth cave. The lower the level, the denser the fire element spiritual chi. It was said that the further down one went, the more spiritual chi there was, the deeper it would be. These 13 floors were not natural. The Burning Sun royal family had spent a lot of manpower to excavate them. However, even after exhausting all his efforts, he could only dig out the 13th layer. It was impossible to continue down. It was because no one could go down. It was said that the last 2 levels were opened up by a peerless martial king of the ancient Burning Sun Empire's royal family. No one else could even go down. Lu Ming had heard this from Ming Feng. What was below the 13th floor? Countless people in the Burning Sun Empire were wondering, but no one knew the answer. Lu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He sat cross-legged, activated the true war dragon technique, and began cultivating. The surrounding fire-type spiritual energy was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. The hot fire property spiritual qi was constantly being transformed into genuine qi. The hot aura could also refine the genuine qi, making it more condensed. Lu Ming realized that the cultivation speed here was more than 20 times faster than the outside. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to more than 20 days of cultivation outside. Although the cost of 80 runes was terrifying, which was more than 2,400 spiritual crystals, the effect was worth it. This was especially so for martial artists who needed to break through their bottlenecks. If they came here, they would have a higher chance of breaking through their bottlenecks. Although Lu Ming's blood meridian was at the 6th level, the speed at which it devoured and absorbed spiritual energy was not inferior to that of a 9th level blood meridian. It was at a terrifying speed. Lu Ming circulated his spirit-devouring bloodline and his body was like a whirlpool, constantly devouring the spirit qi of heaven and earth around him. Hu. Circulating his essential qi, the essential qi in Lu Ming's meridians transformed into tangible little dragons that swam in his meridians. The vortex in his dantian was spinning continuously, like a nebula. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivation. A few hours later, on the 2nd level of the earth cave. They're here. Suddenly, Lu Mazi's eyes lit up and he shouted. The others all looked towards the entrance. 2 figures walked in. One of them was Bai Long. At this moment, one of Bai Long's hands was wrapped in a thick layer of bandages. Next to Bai Long was a young man with a cold expression and a 50 to 60% resemblance to Bai Long. Bai Qi really came. Lu Mazi and the others looked at the young man with deep respect. Bai Qi, one of the top 10 experts of the Outer Hall, was a peak 6th grade great martial master. However, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He could easily kill a 7th grade great martial master, and many Inner Hall students were no match for him. He was a top genius. They simply couldn't compare to him. Bai Qi glanced at Lu Mazi and the others, then went to the 3rd floor. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Mazi gritted his teeth and followed him down to the 3rd floor. The others also followed. When Bai Qi and the others arrived at the 3rd floor, they saw that there was no one there. Speak, where's that little bastard? Bai Long's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Lu Mazi and the others. Fuck, we didn't know. We were also chased away by that kid. Lu Mazi's face changed. Looks like he's already in a secret room to train. Second brother, do you still remember which secret room it was? Bai Qi's voice was calm, but there was a hidden killing intent in it, causing Lu Mazi and the others to shiver. That room, that's right. Bai Long pointed at the room that Lu Ming had opened earlier. It was also the room that Ming Feng was cultivating in. Good, does that kid think that hiding in the secret room will help? Even if he's hiding inside, I'll blast him out. Bai Qi sneered. Boom. Then, he struck the stone door of the secret room with his palm. A violent tremor was heard. In the secret chamber, Ming Feng was cultivating. Suddenly, an earth-shaking boom sounded. His body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Who is it? Who's bombarding the stone door? Damn it! Ming Feng roared. Boom! Outside, Bai Qi struck out with his palm again, causing the stone door to shake. Lu Mazi and the others were shocked. Bai Qi was really bold. There was a rule in the General Star Hall that no one was allowed to bombard the door of the secret room, because doing so would easily cause the person inside to go berserk. But now, Bai Qi completely ignored this rule. This was the confidence that came with being powerful. In the secret room, Ming Feng gritted his teeth. However, the sounds of the attacks continued to ring out as if they were endless. An hour later, Ming Feng couldn't take it anymore. I'd like to see who it is. I'm going to report him to the elder. Ming Feng growled, opened the stone door, and walked out. Bai Long, you again. The moment he opened the stone door, Ming Feng saw Bai Long. You're finally out. Why are you here? Where's that kid? Which secret room? Bai Long said coldly as he stared at Ming Feng. Why should I tell you? Also, you attacked the stone door, which is against the rules of the General Star Hall. I'm going to sue you guys. Ming Feng shouted. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a strong gust of wind coming at him. The speed of this gust of wind was far beyond his imagination, and he could not dodge it at all. Pa! Ming Feng's face received a heavy slap. Ming Feng's body flew out. You talk too much. Tell me, which secret room is that kid in? Bai Qi asked coldly as he withdrew his palm. Fuck, I don't know. Ming Feng struggled to get up and shouted. You don't know? You still dare to be stubborn? Bai Qi's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His body moved and he appeared beside Ming Feng. He stepped on Ming Feng's face, causing his face to collide with the stone slab. Do you know now? Bai Qi asked indifferently. Roar. Ming Feng roared like a wild beast and struggled in anger, shouting, I said I don't know, so I really don't know. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I'll definitely take revenge. Big brother, looks like he didn't lie. I've checked the secret chamber that was opened here, and it wasn't open for long. I guess that kid went down. Bai Long said. He went down. Bai Qi frowned. It would be troublesome if they went further down because they did not know which secret room Lu Ming had entered. Without knowing which secret room it was, he didn't dare to randomly attack. This was especially true from the 4th level onwards, where everyone was an expert. If he made a mistake and provoked other experts, things would become troublesome. Bang! Bai Qi kicked Ming Feng away and said in disdain, a Master Realm Ant wants to seek revenge from me? Fine, I'll be waiting for you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Matzi and the others and ordered, you guys, stay here and guard. When you see that kid come out, report to me immediately. This MO. Lu Matzi and the others hesitated. What's wrong? You want to refuse? Bai Qi stared at Lu Matzi and the others with an unfriendly look, and his voice turned cold. No, we'll definitely stay here. As soon as that kid comes out, we'll report to you immediately. Lu Matzi hurriedly nodded in agreement. N. Bai Qi nodded and left with Bai Long. Chapter 209, Coming Out of Seclusion, Anger. After Bai Qi left, Ming Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Giggle. Ming Feng clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood oozed out. Bai Qi, if I don't get my revenge, I'm not a human. Ming Feng's eyes were red. He roared and staggered up, leaving the Earth Yuan cave. Meanwhile, Lu Matzi and the others were waiting there. 3 days later, in Ming Feng's dormitory, Ming Zhu and Ming Feng sat opposite each other. Bang! Ming Zhu slammed the table heavily. Her face was dark as she said, Bai Qi, you've gone too far. Sister, I must take revenge for this. Ming Feng gritted his teeth. After 3 days, his injuries were much better, but a few of his bones were broken, and it was not something that could be healed in a few days. Little brother, do you really want big brother to take action? Ming Zhu asked. Not bad. Only big brother can take revenge for me. Ming Feng said. Big brother has been focusing on his cultivation and has been keeping a low profile. That's why he's not listed in the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. But you and I both know his combat strength. He should be able to deal with Bai Qi, but Big Brother is in closed-door cultivation now. I'm afraid he has to wait for a while. Mingzhu pondered for a while and said. It doesn't matter, I'll wait for Big Brother to come out of seclusion. Big Brother will definitely make a decision for me. Ming Feng said. That's good. Mingzhu nodded. Lu Ming had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He was focused on cultivation. Every day, other than cultivating the true war dragon technique, he would be comprehending the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had gained a lot in a month's time. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for more than a year. In nearly 2 years, Lu Ming had condensed his essential qi properly. Not only did he eliminate all the hidden dangers left behind by his rapid improvement in the past, but his cultivation also progressed steadily and steadily. Step by step, he reached the peak of the 4th grade Great Master realm. It could not be helped. Lu Ming needed too much energy to increase his cultivation level. Lu Ming's main purpose was to lay a solid foundation. Hence, the progress was very slow. However, his essential qi was full and smooth as one. He had already reached the limit of the 4th grade Great Martial Master and was only 1 step away from the 5th grade Great Martial Master. Lu Ming was still very satisfied. His force of fire had also made great progress. Although it was still far from the great completion, it had been moving forward steadily, taking a big step forward from the foundation of the small completion. If you have time in the future, you should come here more often to cultivate. This is only the 5th level. The effects of the lower levels will definitely be greater. Lu Ming pondered. Then, the stone door opened. It was time and Lu Ming walked out. Then, he went up. When he reached the 3rd level, Lu Ming was slightly stunned because Lu Matzi and the rest were still there. It's that kid. He's out. The eyes of Lu Matzi and the rest lit up when they saw Lu Ming. You really haven't changed. Lu Ming muttered and looked at the secret room at Bright Peak. The stone door was dim, and it was obvious that no one was cultivating inside. He should have arrived at Ming Feng's secret room just a few minutes earlier than me. If he came out, he should have waited for me. Could it be that he came out early? Lu Ming was thinking in his heart. Something's wrong. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He saw some faint palm prints on the stone door of the secret chamber. Although the palm print was very faint, it could not escape Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming remembered that there was definitely no such thing before. Did something happen to Ming Feng? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Matzi and the rest. Stop right there. At this moment, Lu Matzi and the rest were about to slip away. Lu Ming shouted loudly. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale and they could only stop. Let me ask you, where are the people in this secret chamber? The young man who came with me. Lu Ming asked coldly. This. We don't know about that. Lu Matzi's eyes flickered as he stuttered. There's definitely something going on. The expressions of Lu Matzi and the rest made Lu Ming even more certain. Tell me, what happened? If you don't tell me, you can't leave. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and a murderous aura burst out. Lu Matzi and the others shivered and were scared to death. Finally, they told him everything. Boom! An extremely powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. His violent essential qi was wreaking havoc in the cave. Bai Long, Bai Qi, damn you! Lu Ming said in a low voice. His voice was extremely cold. Speaking of which, Ming Feng was still implicated by him. This debt, he definitely had to get it back for Ming Feng. Big brother, this has nothing to do with us. We are here because of Bai Qi. Lu Matzi said, trembling. Cut the crap. Lead the way to Bai Qi's residence. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Ah! Lu Matzi and the rest were stunned. Then, they looked shocked. Lu Ming was going to find trouble with Bai Qi directly. Good, this kid is really arrogant. Bring him to Bai Qi and let Bai Qi teach him a lesson. It will also help me vent my anger. Lu Matzi thought to himself and then quickly nodded in agreement. Then, Lu Matzi and the rest brought Lu Ming to Bai Qi's residence. More than 10 minutes before Lu Ming ended his cultivation, a tall young man with a saber on his back walked into Ming Feng's dormitory. Ha ha ha, little brother, you've finally joined the General Star Hall. Big brother has been busy cultivating and didn't come to see you. Don't blame big brother. The young man burst into laughter as soon as he entered Ming Feng's room. Ming Zhu was beside the young man. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion. When Ming Feng saw the young man, he shouted in joy. I've come out of seclusion. Long time no see, let me see if your cultivation has improved. The young man had a smile on his face as he sized up Ming Feng. With one look, his expression changed slightly, and he said, Little brother, you were injured some time ago? As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. A month ago, Ming Feng had many of his bones broken. Even if his cultivation was not weak, a month's time was not enough for him to recover to his peak. Naturally, the young man could tell at a glance. Big brother, you have to help me. Ming Feng immediately shouted. What's going on? The young man frowned. It's like this. Ming Feng then explained everything. Bai Qi, you're good. You're only ranked 10th among the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace, yet you're so arrogant. It seems that it's wrong for my Ming city to blindly cultivate during this period of time. It's time for me to move my bones and let people know how powerful I am. Ming Cheng's face darkened and he said coldly. Let's go. Take me to Bai Qi's residence. I'll take revenge for this. Ming Cheng waved his hand. Big brother, I know Bai Qi's residence. Ming Zhu said. The three siblings of the Ming family headed toward Bai Qi's residence. As one of the top 10 masters of the Outer Palace, Bai Qi's residence was completely different from the other students. He had his own courtyard, which was right behind the pavilions where the other students lived. Soon, Ming Cheng, Ming Feng, and Ming Zhu arrived at Bai Qi's residence. Bai Qi, get out here. Ming Cheng roared. His voice rolled like the tide and spread far and wide, spreading throughout the entire dormitory area. Chapter 210, Top Battle. His voice rolled and spread throughout the entire dormitory area, causing the entire dormitory area to shake. What? Someone told Bai Qi to come out. Who is this person? Why are you so arrogant? Don't tell me he's one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. Bai Qi is ranked 10th in the top 10, only the other top 10 warriors would dare to call him that. There's something interesting to see, let's go and take a look. Suddenly, from the dormitory's pavilion, figures flickered and headed towards Bai Qi's courtyard. Soon, a circle of people appeared outside Bai Qi's courtyard, and the number of people was still increasing. Where did this blind dog come from? Are you looking for death? A loud roar came from Bai Qi's courtyard. Then, the gate of the courtyard opened and 4 or 5 figures walked out. The one leading them was Bai Qi, and Bai Long was at his side. It had been a month, but Bai Long's arm had not recovered yet, and it was still wrapped in thick bandages. At this moment, Bai Long's gaze swept across the surroundings. It was obvious that he was the one who had let out the roar. Then, his eyes fell on Ming Feng. Little bastard, it's you. Why? The lesson last time wasn't enough, and now you're looking for death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Long laughed savagely. Buzz. Slap his mouth. Suddenly, Ming Cheng's body moved. In a flash, he appeared in front of Bai Long and swung his palm. They were so fast that even Bai Qi could not save them in time. Pa! Bai Long was sent flying by a slap. The scene suddenly fell silent. Isn't that the martial arts fanatic from Ming City? How dare you slap Bai Long in front of Bai Qi? Yeah, Ming Cheng is a martial arts fanatic. He cultivated into a demon before. I didn't expect him to be so bold. Bai Qi is going to lose his temper. I wonder if Ming City can deal with him. The surroundings were filled with the sound of discussion. Ming City, right? Do you know the consequences of this? Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy as he looked at Ming Cheng coldly. Why didn't you think about the consequences of hurting my brother? Now, I'm giving him a slap, which is considered light. Now it's your turn. Let me see what tricks you, one of the top 10 masters, have up your sleeve. Ming Cheng stared at Bai Qi, his eyes flashing with a crazy desire to fight. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out of his body. The aura of a peak 6th grade great master. Bai Qi's pupils slightly shrank, and then he sneered, so, you're a peak 6th grade great martial master. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in front of my door. But today, I'll tell you that even though we're both peak 6th grade great martial masters, there's a huge difference in our combat strength. You'll regret what you've done today. Boom. A powerful aura also burst out from Bai Qi's body. It was also the aura of a peak 6th grade great martial master. The two auras collided, stirring up a gust of wind. Ha, then let's fight. Ming Cheng laughed maniacally. He unsheathed his saber with a terrifying saber radiance. The blade light turned black and rose into the sky, stirring the wind and clouds. 8 Desolations War Blade. Die! Ming Cheng roared and slashed out with his saber. A terrifying saber radiance slashed towards Bai Qi. As soon as the saber was used, a terrifying saber intent filled the entire area, and everyone felt a terrifying pressure. So strong. He's too strong. Someone shouted. Bai Qi's pupils suddenly contracted and he shouted, White Snake Dragon Palm. He struck out with his palm and the space trembled. A huge white snake formed and hissed towards the sky, charging towards Ming Cheng's blade light. An earth-shaking sound was heard and Bai Qi's body was shaken and he was pushed back. Ming City, on the other hand, did not move. Everyone present was dumbfounded. This martial arts fanatic Ming Cheng is actually so strong. Even Bai Qi was forced to retreat in one move. It seems that we have underestimated Ming City. Some people just don't like reputation, but they are not necessarily weak. Now it seems that the top 10 experts of the Outer Palace are not necessarily the strongest. Not bad. Of course, there were also people who opposed it. Bai Qi was just careless just now. He might not lose. It's too early to say this. Someone retorted. The crowd was in a heated discussion, but Bai Qi's face was extremely gloomy. Bai Qi, so this is all you've got. It's really disappointing. From now on, you can give me your title as one of the top 10 warriors of the Outer Palace. Ming Cheng laughed. The battle has just begun. It's too early for you to be happy. You're not qualified to defeat me. Dragon White Snake Palm, Dragon Transformation. Bai Qi let out a long roar and his genuine qi surged. His hands were filled with a thick white light. He struck out with his palm and a huge white snake appeared. Once it appeared, it changed rapidly and finally turned into a white giant dragon, pouncing towards Ming City. Dragon! He really turned into a dragon. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw this. Bai Qi's battle power was truly shocking. Even a 7th grade great martial master wouldn't be able to withstand such a combat strength, let alone a peak 6th grade great martial master. I'll defeat you in 30 moves with just a small trick. Ming Cheng sneered. He held the saber with both hands and slowly raised it. At this moment, a huge blade was formed. The huge blade was dark, like the scythe of the death god, and it slowly slashed towards Bai Qi. The huge blade and the white dragon clashed. The white dragon let out a long roar, opened its mouth, and bit down on the huge blade. However, the giant saber shook violently, and the terrifying saber radiance shook the sky. Boom! In the end, the white dragon was defeated, turning into a wave of energy and dissipating. The giant blade did not stop. White snake dragon palm, one palm turning into 10 dragons. Baichi roared and clapped his hands. Roar! Roar! At that moment, 10 white giant dragons appeared and roared as they charged toward Ming City. 8 Desolations war saber, fight! Battle! Battle! Ming Cheng's fighting spirit was shocking. He slashed wildly with his saber, showing the overbearing and powerful strength of a swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming, Lu Matzi, and the rest had just arrived. Someone is fighting against Baichi. Who is it? It's actually so powerful. Lu Matzi gasped. That's Ming Cheng, the martial madman Ming Cheng. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. It's amazing. Fortunately, I didn't offend him before. Another youth said. Ming City. His surname is Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He swept his gaze and indeed, he saw Ming Zhu and Ming Feng. I wonder what is the relationship between Ming City and Pearl Mountain. Lu Ming thought. At the same time, he walked forward and essential qi gushed out of his body. The people in front of him made way for him subconsciously. Lu Ming walked forward and stood in the crowd to watch. Boom! 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 The rumbles continued. Ming Cheng and Baichi had exchanged more than a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. However, Ming Cheng became more and more courageous as the battle progressed, and Baichi gradually lost. Ah! Baichi roared in anger, but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Ming Cheng. 8 Desolations war saber, break the heavens and destroy the earth. Ming Cheng made the last strike. This strike contained all of Ming Cheng's fighting spirit. This blade seemed to be able to destroy everything. As the saber slashed down, Baichi roared and retreated rapidly. Everyone saw a wound appear on Baichi's body, and blood was flowing out. Baichi's face was pale. He had lost. Chapter 211, A Soft Persimmon. Ming Cheng, the martial madman who was usually low-key and only knew how to cultivate, actually had such strong strength. If he said he would defeat Baichi in 30 moves, then he really meant it. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Baichi, is this your true strength? You're really disappointing. From now on, you'll be removed from the top 10 experts, and your ranking will be inherited by me. Ming Cheng shouted. Baichi gritted his teeth, his face ashen, but he could not refute. He was originally ranked 10th in the top 10 experts. Now that he was defeated, he naturally should withdraw from the top 10 experts ranking and be replaced by Ming Cheng. Also, you don't have the right to stay in this courtyard anymore. I'll give you 3 days to move out. Ming Cheng laughed. What? Don't you go too far. Baichi roared. Bullying? Why didn't you think that way when you hit my brother? You just think that you're strong enough to bully others, but now that I'm stronger than you, what's wrong with that? Ming Cheng was very domineering and sneered. You. Baichi was furious, but he had nothing to say. Ha, second sister, little brother, let's go. Ming Cheng laughed and turned to leave. Humph, why aren't you cocky now? You're just a piece of trash. Ming Feng pouted and looked at Baichi and Bai Long with disdain. Baichi and Bai Long were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The 3 Ming siblings passed through the crowd. The people around them gloated at Baichi's misfortune when they saw him in such a sorry state. The Bai brothers had offended many people. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. Bai Long roared as he scanned the crowd. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but lower their heads, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Why weren't they arrogant in front of Ming Cheng just now? Now that Ming Cheng had left, they began to be arrogant. Bai Long's gaze swept across the entire scene. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. He pointed in Lu Ming's direction and shouted, It's you, you little bastard. It's all your fault. Big brother, the one who injured me that day was this bastard. Bai Long pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. The people around Lu Ming were shocked. They hurriedly took a few steps back to distance themselves from Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming was exposed. Is this the kid? Bai Qi's eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming. Yes, at this moment, his killing intent towards Lu Ming was extremely strong. He felt that the reason why he ended up in this state, being defeated by Ming Qing in public and being humiliated ruthlessly, was all because of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not injured Bai Long, he would not have gone to the Earth Aeon cave to cause trouble for Lu Ming. He would not have injured Ming Peak and attracted Ming City here. At this moment, he blamed everything on Lu Ming. His desire to kill Lu Ming was stronger than Ming Qing. Damn it, this brat should die. Bai Qi roared. Senior Bai, we've brought you the kid you wanted. At this time, Lu Posey squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward Bai Qi. Little bastard, come here, kneel down, kowtow to me 100 times in front of everyone, and admit your mistake. Hurry up. Bai Qi pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He wanted to get back at Lu Ming for the humiliation he had suffered today. He also wanted to let others know that he, Bai Qi, was still a strong person that everyone respected. Lu Ming's lips suddenly curled into a cold smile. How could he not see through Bai Qi's thoughts? He was treating him as a soft persimmon. However, was Lu Ming a pushover? Lu Ming took a step forward casually and looked at Bai Long. What's wrong? Wasn't it enough to be taught a lesson back then? Now you want to be abused again? A sinister expression appeared on Bai Long's face, and he said, Kid, what you did to me, I will take it back 10 times. 10 times? With just you, or with you, the big brother who was easily defeated just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly and cast a glance at Bai Qi. In an instant, Bai Qi's expression changed. It became extremely ugly. The muscles on his face trembled and his eyes revealed an extremely cold killing intent. He regarded the matter earlier as a great humiliation, but Lu Ming still brought it up now. This was the scar of receiving him in public. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Lu Ming is too bold. How dare he say that to Bai Qi in public? It's over. Everyone thought. Lu Ming is finished. Bai Qi will never let him off. As expected, Bai Qi's expression was ferocious. He looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice, Little bastard, if I don't break all the bones in your body today, I won't be called Bai Qi. Just call me an idiot, it's easy to say, isn't it? It's also a good match for you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ah, you're looking for death. Bai Qi could not hold it in any longer. He roared and pounced at Lu Ming. White Snake Dragon Palm. Bai Qi used his ultimate move as soon as he attacked. A huge white dragon roared and pounced at Lu Ming. A sharp aura gushed out and filled the entire area. Many people felt the terrifying pressure and retreated with a change in expression. Although Bai Qi had been defeated by Ming Qing, he was not seriously injured. His strength had not weakened, and he was still extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They all knew that the reason Bai Qi was easily defeated by Ming Qing was not because Bai Qi was weak, but because Ming Qing was too strong. That brat wouldn't be turned into a meat pie with a single palm strike, right? Many people had the same thought. Small tricks. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then, Lu Ming's hand glowed and a long spear was condensed. He swept the spear. Bang! The long spear swept across the white dragon, directly shattering it into pieces. Bai Qi let out a muffled groan and his expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. This. The crowd was dumbfounded, their eyes wide as they watched this scene. He retreated. The White Scarlet residents retreated after Lu Ming's one move. How was this possible? Some of them even rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrong. What dragon transformation palm? I think it's more like insect transformation palm. Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Take my move. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He roared and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. White snake dragon palm, one palm turning into 10 dragons. Bai Qi's palms were sent out continuously, using the strongest move he had used in the fierce battle with Ming Cheng. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Lu Ming let out a long howl, and with a move of his hand, the demon subduing spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and the demon subduing spear turned into 10 spear shadows. It was so fast that it was as if 10 bolts of lightning had appeared in the sky. After that, there were 10 loud explosions in the sky. The 10 white giant dragons that Bai Qi had blasted out were all defeated by Lu Ming. This is the first move. Next, the second move. Before the crowd could be shocked, Lu Ming immediately executed his second move. Whoosh! The pitch-black demon subduing spear pierced through the air and instantly stabbed toward Bai Qi. So fast. It's too fast. Bai Qi shouted in fear. He used all of his strength and struck out dozens of palm strikes in an instant. The terrifying power covered the area in front of him. Chapter 212, Chapter 212 3 Moves. But dash! Lu Ming's long spear pierced through and the palm force collapsed. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically as he frantically kicked his back leg. Buzz! Buzz! Outside of the crowd, Ming Cheng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Feng returned and flew over at top speed. It was obvious that they had heard the commotion and returned. That's Big Brother Tianyun. Big Brother Tianyun is too strong. He actually forced Bai Qi to retreat. Ming Feng shouted in surprise. Ming Zhu also looked on in surprise. Ming Cheng's eyes were filled with shock. The third move. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth again. Whoosh! The third spear thrust out. The tip of the spear glowed with a faint green light. It was agile, ethereal, and extremely sharp. The space seemed to have been pierced through, and a blue mark appeared. Only traces could be seen, no gun could be seen. It was too fast. Puchi! Before Bai Qi could even react, the tip of Lu Ming's spear had pierced through his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. Everyone was stunned. He didn't even have time to react. Arg! Ah! It was not until Bai Qi let out a shrill scream that everyone came to their senses. CSI. Immediately, gasps of shock could be heard. 3 moves. It was really 3 moves. Lu Ming nailed Bai Qi to the ground. Too strong, he was simply too strong. Everyone was roaring in their hearts. Even an idiot could tell that Bai Qi had no way of fighting back in Lu Ming's hands. Where did this young man come from? Wasn't his strength too terrifying? Today, they had defeated Bai Qi in 30 moves in Ming City, to let everyone know that the so-called top 10 experts of the Outer Palace were not invincible. There were many hidden experts in the Outer Palace. Then, Lu Ming's next move was even more exaggerated. He nailed Bai Qi to the ground in 3 moves. It made people even more convinced that there were many experts hidden in the Outer Palace. Force, that's force. He just used the force of wind. Suddenly, someone shouted. There was no lack of experts in the outer hall. Naturally, there were people who recognized the force of the wind that Lu Ming had displayed. Lu Ming had indeed cast the force of the wind just now. Lu Ming cast the force of the wind and the speed of his spear was extremely fast. What? It was actually the force of the wind? He's so young, and his cultivation is only at the Great Martial Master realm, but he's already comprehended force. Terrifying. Genius, a peerless genius. Even in the 5 great sects, he's a rare peerless genius. There was a heated discussion in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Wind force was only something he had comprehended some time ago. If everyone knew that he had also comprehended fire force, and that it had already reached small success, who knew how shocked they would be? Force? Big brother Tianyun has actually comprehended force. In the crowd, Ming Feng's mouth was wide open in shock. Second sister, little brother, is he the Tianyun you were talking about? He's indeed a top genius. Ha, I'll definitely find him to spar with in the future. Ming Qing grinned, his eyes shining with excitement. How could this be? How did this happen? It's impossible, impossible. Bai Long looked at this scene in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he kept muttering to himself as if he couldn't accept this. Nothing is impossible. There are so many geniuses and experts. What can you and your brother do? Lu Ming said indifferently. He really didn't put a genius like Bai Qi in his eyes. He estimated that Bai Qi's level of talent would be about the same as the top 10 on the bronze list if he were in the mystical sword sect. With his current combat strength, it was not difficult for him to fight a genius of this level who was several levels higher than him. Ah! Bai Qi roared and struggled with all his might, his eyes showing a humiliated expression. What are you shouting for? I forgot to tell you that I have a strong point, and that is that I like to return everything that others want to do to me. Just now, you threatened to break all the bones in my body, hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled. His voice wasn't loud, but it was cold enough to make people shiver. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with fear and he shouted, No, don't. Buzz. Lu Ming's palm shook and the long spear trembled. A powerful force gushed out of the long spear and rushed into Bai Qi's body. And NBSP, ka ka. The sound of beans being fried came from Bai Qi's body. Bai Qi let out a shrill scream. All the bones in his body were crushed by Lu Ming in an instant. Everyone was shocked, and then a bone-piercing chill spread from their backs. Ruthless, he was too ruthless. Lu Ming had actually broken Bai Qi's bones. However, a large number of people were very pleased and completely acknowledged Lu Ming. This was how martial artists should be. Lu Ming's eyes were calm and he did not look like he could not bear to do it. If he were to lose today and fall into Bai Qi's hands, Bai Qi would definitely break his bones. If he wasn't ruthless, others would be ruthless to him. In this world, the weak were prey to the strong. Big brother. On the side, Bai Long's body was trembling non-stop. His face was pale and bloodless, and even his voice was trembling. Lu Ming's gaze swept across him. Bai Long shouted, No! And fell limply to the ground. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Bai Long's body trembled, and he struggled to his feet, trying to run out. Get back here and take your big brother away. Lu Ming berated. Bai Long hurriedly ran back, supported by Qi, and staggered away. Big brother Tianyun, you're really too amazing. I really admire you. At this moment, Ming Feng shouted and squeezed through the crowd. He ran towards Lu Ming, followed by Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng. Ming Feng, it's all my fault that you were injured by Bai Qi. Lu Ming said. How can you blame big brother Tianyun for this? It's just that my cultivation base is too weak. Besides, didn't big brother Tianyun teach Bai Qi a harsh lesson today and stand up for me? Ming Feng said. Cough cough. Behind Ming Feng, Ming Qing coughed a few times. Ah. Of course, my beloved big brother also taught Bai Qi a lesson and helped me vent my anger. I thank you, big brother. Ming Feng's eyes turned and he quickly smiled. You bastard. Ming Qing laughed and scolded him. He then looked at Lu Ming, cupped his fists, and said, I am Ming Cheng, the big brother of Ming Zhu and Ming Feng. I've just heard the two of them talk about you. I didn't expect brother Tianyun to be such a peerless genius. I truly admire you. Brother Ming is too kind, I was just lucky. Lu Ming said with a smile. There's no need for Brother Tianyun to be so modest. How about this, let's have a sparring match some other day, how about that? Ming Cheng looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Ming Zhu and Ming Feng revealed an expression that said, as expected. Sure. Lu Ming did not refuse. Good, that's great. Ha! Ming Cheng laughed. Let's go. It's fate that we're able to meet Brother Tianyun today. Let's have a good drink. It's my treat. Ming Cheng laughed. Lu Ming did not reject her. It was always good to make more friends in the imperial capital. The few of them found a restaurant and had a good drink. When they returned, it was already late at night. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, an old man came to Lu Ming's dormitory. Tianyun, my young master would like to see you. The old man said. Chapter 213, The Eighth Prince. Your young master. Lu Ming was stunned. Who would invite him? Could it be another student from the General Stars Hall? Lu Ming frowned and wanted to refuse. Young Master Tianyun, you don't have to reject him so quickly. My young master said that he's an old friend of yours. The old man said with a smile. An old friend? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. He didn't have any old friends in the capital. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of a person, Hua Qi. However, he was currently in disguise and had changed his name to Tianyun. How could he possibly be Hua Qi? Lu Ming was very curious. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Please. The old man smiled. Lu Ming and the elder left the General Star Hall. There was already a luxurious carriage waiting at the entrance. The horse in the carriage was not an ordinary horse, but a flood dragon horse. It had a strong body, a single horn on its head, and its entire body was covered in scales. Legend had it that the flood dragon horse had the bloodline of a flood dragon and could travel 100,000 li in a day. It was an extremely precious mount. But this carriage was pulled by 3 WIRM horses. The owner of the carriage was definitely not an ordinary person. After boarding the carriage, the coachman shouted, and the carriage rushed out like a whirlwind. Lu Ming sat in the carriage. It was very stable and he did not feel any bumps at all. The old man sat opposite Lu Ming and did not say a word. He closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the carriage stopped. We're here. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man opened his eyes and smiled. Lu Ming nodded and got off the carriage. However, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. They stopped in a wide square. There were many carriages parked in the square. Each carriage was very luxurious, and most of them were pulled by rare beasts. In front of the square was a very majestic building with high walls that were resplendent. Rows of armored soldiers patrolled on the high wall and the gate. Each soldier gave off a strong aura. This is the Imperial Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he was slightly shocked. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man raised his hand and said. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned and asked again. The old man smiled gently, I won't hide it from young Master Tianyun. My young master is the 8th prince. The 8th prince? Lu Ming was stunned. He did not know any 8th prince. Young Master Tianyun, please. The old man said again. All right. Lu Ming had an idea and then said. Regardless of whether he was the 8th prince or not, Lu Ming was not a timid person. He followed the old man and easily walked through the palace gate. The imperial palace was simply too large, and there were countless pavilions and pagodas. The guards in iron armor patrolled back and forth, keeping a tight watch. Lu Ming could also vaguely sense that there were many powerful auras hidden within. They were like sleeping true dragons. Once they erupted, it would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart trembled. It seemed that the royal family was not as weak as the rumors said. They were still very powerful and should not be underestimated. Following the old man, they made many turns, and after a long while, they arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was very large, with hundreds of flowers in full bloom, and the fragrance of the flowers assailed the nose. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small lake. The water was as clear as a mirror. There was a pavilion beside the lake. At this moment, there were a few exquisite dishes and wine on the jade table in the pavilion. In the pavilion, a slender figure wearing a purple dragon robe and a jade belt stood there. He placed his hands behind his back and turned his back to Lu Ming and the rest. He looked at the small lake and seemed to be deep in thought. The old man came to this figure and bowed, "Your Highness, young Master Tianyun has arrived." The figure moved slightly, as if it had reacted, and then slowly turned around. Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw the person's appearance. Hua Qi. This person was actually Hua Qi. Hua Qi was the 8th prince. Wasn't the surname Hua in the current royal family? However, there were so many people with the surname Hua in the world. He had never thought that Hua Qi would be a member of the imperial family, and the 8th prince at that. "Lu Ming, long time no see," the 8th prince said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. He then cupped his fists and said, "8th prince, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. My name is Tianyun, not Lu Ming. I was there when you fought with Bai Qi yesterday." "Lu Ming, you may be able to fool others, but you can't fool me," Hua Qi said with a smile. "Especially your temperament during the battle. How can others imitate it?" Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Although he had changed his appearance, Hua Qi was all too familiar with his expression and voice, so it was naturally difficult to hide. "Kachachi." Lu Ming's body wriggled and the bone armor moved. His body returned to its original shape. Then, he reached out and wiped his face, revealing his handsome face. "Hua Qi, I didn't expect you to be the 8th prince of the Burning Sun Empire," Lu Ming said with a smile. "So what if he's the 8th prince?" Hua Qi sighed. He then waved his hand and said, "Lu Ming, come, please have a seat. Let's have a drink." The two of them sat opposite each other. Hua Qi poured wine for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and finished the drink in one gulp. "Lu Ming, I've heard about your situation. The mystical sword sect is really disappointing." Hua Qi downed his cup and sighed. What's there to be disappointed about? I'll annihilate the Duanmu family sooner or later. As for you, you're the 8th prince. I really don't understand why you've come to the mystical sword sect." Lu Ming laughed and asked. Hua Qi was silent. After a long time, he sighed. "Lu Ming, I'm sure you know a little about the history of the royal family and the current situation, right?" Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded. The Burning Sun royal family used to be so powerful that even the 5 great sects had to tremble in front of the royal family. It's a pity that there was internal strife in the royal family, and their strength was greatly reduced. The sects rose up, especially the 10 Directions Sword School, who had rapacious ambitions. They took control of the former emperor and used the emperor to command the vassals. In the name of the orthodox lineage, they commanded the world. That's why they were able to rise so quickly and become stronger and stronger. In the past 800 years, they dominated the Burning Sun Empire and became the strongest sect. However, the royal family is the legitimate one. We can't be controlled by a lowly sect like the 10 Directions Sword School. When he said this, Hua Qi's eyes flashed with an astonishing light. It was a sort of stubbornness and conviction. But soon after, he sighed and said, "It's a pity that the citizens of the Blazing Sun Empire only know of the 5 major sections. Almost all the geniuses have been recruited by the 5 major sections." So the royal family established the General Stars Hall with the purpose of cultivating their own power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he asked. "Not bad." Hua Qi replied. "It's so obvious. Doesn't the 10 Direction Sword School know?" Lu Ming asked. Of course the 10 Direction Sword School knows, but maybe they don't care and think it's useless. There's another reason. The royal family isn't to be trifled with. The 10 Direction Sword sect doesn't dare to go too far. Hua Qi said. You don't dare to go too far. With the current strength of the 10 Direction Sword School, it shouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the imperial family, right? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 214, The Secret of the Royal Family. Ever since he had come to the imperial city, he had felt that the relationship between the royal family and the 10 Direction Sword School was very subtle, unlike the legendary 10 Direction Sword School that completely controlled the royal family. The 10 Direction Sword School has the power, but they don't dare to. Although the royal family has declined, we are still orthodox. If the 10 Direction Sword School annihilates the royal family, the other 4 great sects will join forces and attack us. It's sad to say that the 10 Direction Sword School is not afraid of the royal family, but the other 4 great sections. Hua Qi sighed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So that was the case. However, the 10 Direction Sword School has the ambition of a wolf. They've been supporting their own people in the royal family, trying to slowly erode the resistance of the royal family. In the end, they'll achieve their goal of completely controlling the royal family. By then, everything in the royal family will really belong to the 10 Direction Sword School. Now, the royal family is divided into 2 factions. One faction is determined to resist, but the other faction wants to rely on the 10 Direction Sword School. This is especially true for the Heavenly King suppression. Hua Qi said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming listened quietly. He did not expect that there were so many secrets in between. Hua Qi clearly trusted him, which was why he had told him so many secrets. I originally wanted to join the Mystical Sword Sect and see if I could borrow their strength to fight against the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Now, it seems that this method is not feasible at all. I might as well stay in the Imperial City and accumulate my own strength. Lu Ming, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Hua Qi suddenly bowed to Lu Ming. What are you doing? Lu Ming waved his hand and a surge of energy gushed out, lifting the pool. You're my friend. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I hope that you can help me. Help me destroy the omnipresent sword school. Hua Qi's eyes flickered with astonishing killing intent. Help you destroy the 10 Direction Sword School. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Lu Ming, I know that you're extremely talented and that you're a dragon among men. I'm sure you won't be trapped in a small place like the Burning Sun Empire in the future. You have a bigger stage to go on. I won't ask you to join the royal family. I only hope that you can give me a hand when you're strong in the future. Hua Qi said. All right, I promise you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. First of all, Hua Qi was his friend. Moreover, his father, Lu Yuntian, was most likely in the hands of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. If that was true, he and the 10 Direction Sword Sect would become mortal enemies. They would have to face each other sooner or later, so there was no harm in agreeing to Hua Qi's request. Good, that's great. Hua Qi was ecstatic. He was well aware of Lu Ming's talent. As long as Lu Ming grew stronger, it was possible for him to become a martial king in the future. With Lu Ming's help, great things were in sight. Naturally, he was excited. Hua Qi moved his hand and a gold medal appeared in his hand. He passed it to Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're now a member of the Star Cluster Hall. With this token, you can enter and leave the 7 cultivation sanctuaries of the Star Cluster Hall as you wish without paying any fees. I can enter and leave the 7 cultivation sanctuaries as I please. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he took the golden token without any hesitation. Also, what is Star Cluster Hall? Lu Ming asked. Hua Qi had a smile on his face, and he was clearly much happier. Lu Ming, the General Stars Hall recruits just about anyone. Their requirements are so low. Of course, they won't do it for no reason. When a person enters the General Star Hall, the imperial family will send people to observe him and determine if he is from the 5 great sects and if he can be used by the imperial family. After a series of observations, we will confirm that this person can be used by the imperial family and has great talent. Then, we will recruit him into the Star Cluster Hall. The Star Cluster Hall is the core of the General Stars Hall, and it will also be fully nurtured by the royal family. Many of the great generals guarding the border now came from the Star Cluster Hall, and they are also the trump card of the royal family against the 10 Direction Sword School. At this point, Hua Qi pursed his lips and continued, of course, the General Star Hall also has a core, and that is the Dark Star Hall. What? The Dark Star Hall belongs to the royal family? Lu Ming was shocked. The Dark Star Hall was as famous as the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, and was also one of the 4 major assassin organizations of the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming had never expected that the Dark Star Hall actually belonged to the royal family. Lu Ming, very few people know about this. You must not tell anyone. Otherwise, the omnipresent sword sect might make a big move. Hua Qi said. Naturally, I won't say anything. Lu Ming said. In fact, 2 of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Blazing Sun Empire were trained by the 10 Direction Sword sect. They are the Blood Rain Tower and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The most mysterious underworld King Mansion is also trained by the 10 Direction Sword sect. I don't even know who is behind them. Hua Qi said. What? The Shadow Wolf Pavilion belongs to the 10 Direction Sword School. Lu Ming was shocked. The Duanmu family had sent assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to kill him. He had thought that the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was the support of the mystical sword sect. He didn't expect it to be the Shifang Sword School's support. How could the Duanmu family move someone who belonged to the 10 Direction Sword School? Perhaps the Shadow Wolf Pavilion would do anything as long as they were paid, or perhaps the Duanmu family had an unclear relationship with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, or perhaps the 10 Direction Sword sect. Lu Ming, have you discovered anything? Hua Qi asked. It's nothing. Lu Ming shook his head and did not share his guess. Hua Qi, I also have a matter that I need your help with. Lu Ming's expression changed and he suddenly said. What is it? As long as I can help, I will do my best to help. Hua Qi said. I need you to help me investigate a person. This person is my father. Lu Ming did not hide anything and explained that Lu Yuntian might be in the imperial capital and in the hands of the omnipresent sword sect. I can't believe there's such a hidden story. Don't worry, Lu Ming. I'll use all my power to help you investigate. As long as Uncle Lu is still in the Imperial City, I'll help you find him even if I have to turn the Imperial City upside down. Hua Qi said firmly. Many thanks. With Hua Qi's help, Lu Ming heaved a huge sigh of relief. He finally felt more at ease. Hua Qi was the imperial family's 8th prince, and he definitely had quite a bit of power in the imperial capital. With his help, it would be 1,000 times better than him investigating like a headless fly. Then, the 2 of them drank and chatted. Very quickly, after 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ming bade Hua Qi farewell. Lu Ming, there's something I almost forgot to tell you. In 2 months, the royal family and the omnipresent sword sect will open a plane together to harvest the treasures and resources inside. In there, you can find treasures that are of great help to the awakening of a second bloodline. Hua Qi suddenly said. A treasure that can help you awaken your second bloodline? Of course, we're going. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The awakening of the second bloodline was of utmost importance. Any treasure that could help with the awakening of the second bloodline could not be missed. Okay, actually, you've defeated Bai Qi, so you'll definitely have a spot. Hua Qi said with a smile. Lu Ming took his leave and returned to Tianyin's appearance before returning to the General Stars Hall. I hope I can get news of father as soon as possible. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. He had a vague feeling that although the Blazing Sun Empire seemed to be calm right now, there were undercurrents surging in the dark. There were disputes between various parties, and he did not know when they would erupt. He had to find Lu Yuntian as soon as possible. He also had to increase his strength. Chapter 215, Borrowing the Wind to Cultivate. The next morning, Lu Ming walked out of the room. This time, his target was God Wind Valley. If he were to enter the dimension 2 months later, he would definitely encounter the top geniuses of the Omnipresent Sword School. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. But now, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the profound level of fire force. 2 months was far from enough, even if he cultivated in the earth cave. It was better to fully comprehend wind force. If wind force could reach small success, then his battle strength would increase sharply in a short time. God Wind Valley was a huge valley in the north of General Star Hall. That's right, this wasn't a valley, but a stretch of valleys. Among them, the valleys were densely packed and crisscrossed, and there were many of them. If one were to look down from the sky, one would be able to see that these valleys seemed to have been created by a peerless expert with a flurry of slashes. In these valleys, the wind whistled and tornadoes rolled. Some of the tornadoes could even tear steel into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. However, it was also the best place to cultivate wind attribute martial techniques and even comprehend the force of the wind. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Divine Wind Valley, he could hear the whistling sound of the strong wind. Lu Ming was not the only one who came. At the same time, a few other young men were there as well. It's 10 spiritual crystals a day to cultivate in the God Wind Valley. You'll have to go in for a few days. At the entrance of God Wind Valley, a brawny man looked at one of the young men and said coldly, 10 spiritual crystals for a day. Isn't that too expensive? The young man shouted. If you think it's expensive, then leave quickly. No one begged you to come here to cultivate. The brawny man glanced at the young man coldly, then ignored him and looked at the others. The others had no choice but to take out their spiritual crystals. I need to cultivate for 10 days. A young man took out 100 spiritual crystals and handed them to the brawny man. I'll take half a month, no, I'll take 10 days. The other young man took out 100 spiritual crystals with a pained expression. The brawny man's face darkened. He kept them one by one and registered them. How about you? How many days do you need? The strong man looked at Lu Ming. Look at this. Lu Ming moved his hand and the golden token that Hua Qi had given him appeared. The brawny man's expression changed as soon as he saw the golden token. He revealed a gentle smile and said, please come in. You don't need to pay any spiritual crystals. You can cultivate as long as you want. Lu Ming kept the token and smiled. It seemed that this token was really useful. Wait a minute, I'm not convinced. Why can he enter without using spiritual crystals? And he can cultivate as long as he wants. It's not fair. A young man shouted. Shut up. The brawny man coldly snorted as a vast aura rose from his body. He stared at the young man and said, didn't you see his token? With this token alone, his status is 10 times or even 100 times higher than yours. Also, don't talk about fairness in front of me. This world has never been fair. Everything depends on strength. If you don't have strength, then shut up. The brawny man shouted coldly, causing the expressions of the few young men to change drastically. They shut their mouths and dared not speak. They looked at Lu Ming with envy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He strode into the Holy Wind Valley. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. As soon as he entered the Divine Wind Valley, he could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Gusts of strong wind blew against his face, and Lu Ming's body was almost blown away. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi and a light flashed on his body. His body was as still as a mountain. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not move him at all. We've only just entered the valley, yet there's already such a strong wind. This place is indeed a good place to cultivate wind attribute martial skills and comprehend wind force. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. Soon, they reached the end of the valley. On the left and right, there were two valleys, and the wind was even more violent. Without thinking, Lu Ming chose the side where the wind was the strongest and walked. Just like that, Lu Ming turned left and right and walked through 7 to 8 valleys. Here, the wind was so strong that it was already very terrifying. Strong gales swept through the air, even forming wind blades in the air. The wind blades were like knives, constantly hitting Lu Ming's protective true qi, causing waves of ripples. What a terrifying wind blade! The wind blade here is equivalent to a full-force attack of a first-grade master realm. The many wind blades were like a large group of first-grade master realm martial artists that kept attacking Lu Ming. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body was being consumed rapidly. Not only can I comprehend wind force here, but I can also practice the ancient shield technique with half the effort. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, 2 ancient shields were formed in front of him. Clang! Clang! The wind blades kept bombarding the shield, but the shield didn't move at all. It's not powerful enough. Go deeper. Lu Ming continued to move forward and the power of the wind blades grew stronger. It was equivalent to a full-powered strike from a 2nd-grade master realm, followed by a 3rd-grade master realm, a 4th-grade master realm. After Lu Ming had walked through more than 10 valleys, the power of the wind blades here was already equivalent to a full-force attack of a 1st-grade grandmaster. An attack equivalent to a 1st-grade great martial master realm was terrifying. Even steel would be torn into pieces in an instant. Most importantly, there weren't just 1 or 2 wind blades here. They were densely packed and constantly bombarding the area. Clang clang. The wind blades struck the ancient shield, creating a series of metal striking sounds and sparks. The ancient shield in front of Lu Ming started to shake. In particular, 2 ancient shields were not enough to defend against the wind blades from all directions. Lu Ming was completely immersed in it. He kept controlling the ancient shield to fly up and down to block the wind blades while carefully sensing the changes in the surrounding wind. This meant that Lu Ming was cultivating the ancient shield art while comprehending the force of the wind at the same time. Cultivating like this, the speed of improvement was terrifying. However, the consumption of Lu Ming's essential qi was extremely huge. Lu Ming's essential qi was much more condensed than ordinary people. However, he had no choice but to leave after cultivating for an hour. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to cultivate like this. After leaving the place, Lu Ming comprehended the 3 palm strikes while recovering his essential qi. After his essential qi had recovered, Lu Ming entered the valley again and continued with his high-intensity cultivation. 1 month later, the ancient shield art broke through to the 3rd level. As for wind force, it was also improving rapidly. Although it hadn't reached the minor completion, it wasn't far away. As for the 3 palms, he had not cultivated it successfully, but Lu Ming felt that he would be able to do it soon. I've been cultivating for a month. I'm going out to rest for 2 days. After that, Lu Ming left the Divine Wind Valley. Not long after he returned to his residence, Ming Feng, Ming Zhu, and Ming Qing found Lu Ming. Tianyun, everyone says that I'm a martial arts fanatic, but I think you're even crazier than me. You've been cultivating all day long, and I can't even see your shadow. Ming Qing shouted at Lu Ming when he saw him. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Big brother Tianyun, you're definitely going to enter the Blood Ant Secret Realm this time, right? Ming Feng said. The Blood Ant Secret Realm? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Then, he had a flash of inspiration. Could it be the plane that Hua Qi said he entered with the omnidirectional sword sect? Chapter 216, The Blood Ant's Secret Realm. Big brother Tianyun, don't you know? He's really a cultivation maniac. Ming Feng pouted his lips speechlessly and continued, the Blood Ant's Secret Realm is a plane jointly controlled by the royal family and the 10 Direction Sword School. It opens once every 3 years, and the 3-year period will be in a month's time. The General Star Hall has already issued an order that anyone above the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm must participate. Anyone below the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm can also participate if their combat strength has reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm. Many 2nd grade Great Martial Master realm martial artists are cultivating with all their might, hoping to reach the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm and enter the Blood and Secret realm. After all, this is a great opportunity that no one wants to miss. Big brother Tianyun, how could you not know about it? After Ming Feng finished speaking, he pouted. As expected, it is the same thing as Hua Qi said. Lu Ming thought to himself. Of course I've heard of it. I'm going to participate. Lu Ming said with a smile. No martial artist above the 7th grade Grandmaster realm can enter the Blood and Secret realm. With Brother Tianyun's combat strength, you'll definitely have a great harvest. However, you still have to be careful of the people from the Shifang Sword School, because every time, the disciples of the Shifang Sword School will wantonly hunt the geniuses of the General Star Hall. Ming Zhu said in a deep voice. The people from the 10 Direction Sword School better not mess with me. Otherwise, I'll kill every one of them who comes. Ming Qing snorted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he asked, are 7th grade Great Martial Masters and above really not allowed to participate? Yes, I've only heard about it. It's said that the secret realm is a newly born plane, probably around 10,000 years old. The laws of heaven and earth are not perfect. The higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection. 7th grade Great Martial Master and above will be rejected as soon as they enter. Ming Zhu explained. I see. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. If 7th grade Great Martial Master realm and above couldn't enter, he wouldn't be afraid no matter how talented and strong the disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School were. Tianyun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come, let's exchange some pointers. At this moment, Ming Qing shouted. He stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. All right. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, they found a wide space. A few minutes later. Tianyun, you pervert. I'm not going to fight with you anymore. I'm not going to spar with you anymore. You pervert. Ming Qing screamed in pain. His face was bruised and purple. He looked at Lu Ming with a bitter expression. Lu Ming was speechless. He thought to himself, you are the one who insisted on sparring with me. Ming Feng and Ming Zhu were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen their big brother being beaten up so badly and screaming so miserably. He even shouted that he would not look for Lu Ming to spar in the future. This was really one of a kind. Don't, brother Ming Qing. I've learned a lot from sparring with you. We'll continue another day. At most, I'll go easy on you. Lu Ming said. You. I have a stomachache, so I'm going to leave first. Ming Qing almost burst into tears. He held his stomach and ran away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Behind them, Lu Ming, Ming Feng, and Ming Zhu were dumbfounded. Is this still my big brother? I didn't get the wrong person, right? Ming Feng muttered. It's not that you've got the wrong person, or someone's too abnormal. The Pearl rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the General Star Hall was extremely intense. Everyone who had a chance of entering the Blood and Secret realm was cultivating hard in the hopes of increasing their combat strength and obtaining greater gains in the Blood and Secret realm. After resting for 2 days, Lu Ming returned to the God Wind Valley. He realized that there were many more people cultivating in the God Wind Valley. In the crisscrossing valleys of the God Wind Valley, one could see a figure every once in a while. Lu Ming went to the place where he had cultivated previously. There was no one there. No one could cultivate here. This was what Lu Ming wanted. No one would disturb him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for the Blood Ant's secret realm to open. Lu Ming left the Holy Wind Valley a day earlier. The next day, he and Ming Qing arrived at the General Star Hall's martial arts field. All the students from the General Stars Hall who wanted to enter the Blood Ant realm had to gather here. Soon, more than 120 people had gathered on the field. This was the total number of people from the General Stars Hall who had entered the Blood Ant's secret realm. Each of them had a cultivation between the 3rd and 6th grade Great Martial Master realm. Whoosh! A few old men appeared in the air. I believe everyone knows a little about the rules this time, so I won't go into detail. I'll mainly talk about the most important points. One of the red-haired old men spoke. His aura was turbulent, and his voice was like a great bell. First, the Blood Ant's secret realm opens once every 3 years. This time, it's time for the Blood Ant eggs again. The Blood Ant eggs are the best materials for refining the blood refining pill. For every 3 Blood Ant eggs, 1 blood refining pill can be refined. As for you, as long as you hand over the Blood Ant eggs you obtain to the royal family, you will get half of them. In other words, as long as you hand over 6 Blood Ant eggs, the royal family will give you a blood refinement pill. Blood refinement pill, it's actually a blood refinement pill? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes glowed with passion. Before a martial artist awakens his second bloodline, he would go through a process of accumulation. What would he accumulate? It was to accumulate the qi of the bloodline. The more concentrated the bloodline energy was, the higher the level of the second bloodline that could be awakened. The blood refinement pill was a treasure that could accumulate the qi of bloodline. Lu Ming finally understood. The treasure that Hua Qi had mentioned that could help him awaken his second bloodline was the blood refinement pill. It was not just Lu Ming. Everyone else present, including those geniuses who thought they could break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm, had a burning glow in their eyes. As long as he obtained 6 Blood Ant eggs, he could exchange them for a blood refinement pill. Second, I want to warn you that you must be careful of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Every time the secret realm opens, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School will hunt down the General Stars Hall. Killing and plundering are not forbidden in the secret realm, so you must be careful. The red-haired old man's voice sounded again. He warned with a serious expression. So what if they're geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School? Why would I be afraid of them? Some of the students were full of confidence as they said. Alright, that's all I have to say. The rest will be up to you. Let's go to the Blood Ant's secret realm now. As soon as the red-haired old man's voice fell, a few screeches were heard in the sky, and 8 huge gale eagles descended. These 8 windwalk eagles were much larger than the ones Lu Ming had seen in East Lacking City. As the gale eagle landed, everyone leaped into the air and jumped onto its back. With 8 long howls, the gale eagle soared straight up, heading north. The Blood Ant's secret realm was located to the north of the imperial capital, about 20,000 miles away. It was said that the Blood Ant's secret realm originally belonged to the royal family, but the 10 Directions Sword sect took over a part of the power and demanded an equal share of the Blood Ant's secret realm with the royal family. Every 3 years, both sides would send their disciples into the Blood Ant realm to harvest the Blood Ant eggs. Whoever obtained them would get them. This condition seemed fair, but it was not fair at all. Chapter 217, Chapter 217 Yang Zaijian. The omnipresent sword sect was extremely powerful, with countless geniuses and experts. Even the mystical sword sect paled in comparison, let alone the imperial family. Therefore, every time the Blood Ant's secret realm opened, most of the Blood Ant eggs would be taken by the 10 Directions Sword sect, while the royal family would only get a small portion. The Gale Eagle's speed was extremely fast, and it only took half a day to cover the distance of 20,000 li. This was a rather desolate wild forest. There were bare rocks everywhere, only a few trees and weeds grew sparsely. The Gale Eagle landed on a slightly flat area. The red-haired old man and the others were the first to jump down. The others followed suit. The people from the 10 Directions Sword School haven't arrived yet. Let's wait here for a while. The red-haired old man said. Everyone nodded. Woo woo woo. At this time, more than a dozen figures jumped high up and onto 10 stone pillars on the side. He jumped onto the stone pillar and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming could see at a glance that the person on the outermost stone pillar was Bai Qi. It's the top 10 experts of the outer palace. Could this be the border observing pillar? It must be him. But that Bai Qi still has the face to jump up. Ming Cheng and Tianyun are much stronger than him. You're so thick-skinned. A wave of discussion broke out in the surroundings. The clairvoyant pillar. Lu Ming was puzzled. Brother Tianyun, there's actually nothing special about it. It's just an ordinary stone pillar. It's just that it's better to be able to see the mystic realm from above, so it's called the realm observing pillar. Every time, only the strongest can ascend it, and it's a symbol of strength. Ming Cheng explained. Oh. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded and then looked across. There were more than 10 stone pillars but no one had jumped on them. That's the territory reserved by the 10 Directions Sword School. Those 10 or so overlooking pillars belong to the 10 Directions Sword School. Ming Cheng said. Lu Ming came to a realization. No wonder no one jumped on it. Then, he looked at the person on the stone pillar. These people were the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall's outer hall. Bai Qi, you're really shameless. You actually have the face to occupy one of the observing pillars? Get down here immediately. Ming Cheng looked at Bai Qi and shouted. His voice spread far and wide, causing Bai Qi's face to turn red. Ming City. Bai Qi was filled with hatred and gritted his teeth, but he did not come down. Ha ha ha, Bai Qi, do you think that you are an expert just because you have it? You're really shameless. Forget it, I won't fight with you. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Ming Cheng waved his hand casually and laughed. Ha ha ha. Everyone else in the audience burst into laughter. Bai Qi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming smiled. He had no interest in such a battle for fame. He shook his head and found a place to sit cross-legged and wait. 10 minutes later, a few chirps resounded through the barren mountain. 3 giant golden birds appeared in the sky. The 3 golden birds spread their wings and covered the sky. They were more than 100 meters long and were extremely terrifying. Their wings were golden in color as if they were made of gold. A powerful aura spread out from them, as heavy as a mountain. A martial ancestor realm demonic beast. Lu Ming's expression changed. This is the little golden ROC. It's said that it has the bloodline of the divine beast, the golden-winged ROC. The 10 Directions Sword sect actually has such a strange beast, and there are 3 of them. The number 1 sect of the Burning Sun Empire is truly terrifying. Some of the academies in the General Star Hall cried out in shock. Caw! The little golden ROC cried out loudly, his voice piercing through the clouds as he descended. Ha, Hua Feixiong, you're early. A burst of laughter came from the little golden ROC in the middle. Then, a few old men stepped down from the sky. Then, a young man carrying a sword jumped down from the 3 little golden ROCs. There were both men and women among these young men, and all of them had dignified appearances and extraordinary auras. Each of them was like a divine sword, and the sword chi that came out of their bodies soared into the sky. There were more than 360 people. So many people. Everyone in the General Star Hall had a change in expression. The red-haired old man's expression was somewhat grave as he said, I'm just a few minutes early. The leader of the 10 Directions Sword sect was a skinny old man. He glanced at the people in the Star Hall and laughed, there seems to be a bit more people this time. Be careful not to let all of them die inside. Otherwise, your General Stars Hall will suffer heavy losses after recruiting these people with great difficulty. The red-haired old man's face was gloomy as he coldly said, Xiao Wuji, you don't have to worry about this matter. Hee hee, is that so? Then let's go and prepare together. Qiu Wuji laughed coldly. Let's go. The red-haired old man waved his hand, and the other two old men followed him, flying into the depths of the barren mountain. Qiu Wuji and a few elders of the Shifang sword school also headed into the depths of the mountain. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Woo-woo. After the elders left, the figures from the 10 Direction Sword sect flashed, and more than a dozen figures jumped up the observing pillar. It was obvious that these people were the top experts of the 10 Direction Sword School. Although they were all 6th grade great martial masters, the aura they gave off was extremely terrifying. Brother Tianyun, did you see the person on the first stone pillar? Ming Qing said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked over. It was a handsome and cold-looking young man in his early 20s. He was dressed in a white swordsman's robe and carried a huge sword that was as wide as a palm on his back. He was just sitting there casually, but he gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Yes, even Lu Ming felt threatened. Is this person very famous? Lu Ming asked. His name is Yang Zaiqian, a terrifying peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword School. He ranked first on the bronze ranking when he was only in the Master Realm. He successfully comprehended the control force when he was in the 9th grade Master Realm and killed many Grandmaster Realm experts when he was in the 9th grade Master Realm. You must be careful when you meet him. Ming Cheng's expression was extremely serious. There were very few people who could make Ming City so serious. The first place on the bronze ranking of the omnidirectional sword sect? Lu Ming muttered. As the number 1 sect in the Burning Sun Empire, the 10 Direction Sword sect was ranked first on the bronze ranking, which was no small matter. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with fighting spirit. Of course, other than this person, there are a few other extremely terrifying people in the 10 Direction Sword School. Ming Qing said. Ha ha ha, there are quite a lot of people from the General Stars Hall this time. 3 years ago, there were less than 100 people. But this time, there are actually 120 people. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out in the 10 Direction Sword sect. Junior brother, you're wrong. What do you mean by 120 people? In my opinion, it's just 120 pieces of trash. Another voice followed. Ha ha ha, senior brother is right. It's 120 pieces of trash. That's right. You're absolutely correct. The people from the 10 Direction Sword sect immediately burst into laughter. What did you say? Who's the good for nothing? Someone in the General Star Hall was furious and shouted. Io, you're angry. Am I not right? 3 years ago, 98 people entered the General Star Hall, and only 23 came out. What are they if not trash? A crooked-mouthed young man from the 10 Directions Sword sect walked out and looked coldly at the people from the General Star Hall. This time, you have more than 120 people. Don't all die in there. The crooked-mouthed young man continued to sneer. Chapter 218, I'll support you spiritually. The crooked-mouthed young man from the 10 Direction Sword sect looked at the people from the General Star Hall with disdain. Detestable. You actually look down on us. Everyone in the General Star Hall gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. What are you looking at? If you want to fight, then come. The crooked-mouthed young man's gaze shifted and he looked at the people from the General Star Hall provocatively. Contempt, blatant contempt. The eyes of the people from the General Stars Hall were spitting fire, but no one stepped forward. After all, the reputation of the 10 Direction Sword sect was not just for show. Humph, what a bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed young man continued to provoke, full of ridicule. Damn it, I'm going to fight. Ming Qing couldn't help but get up. Brother Ming, wait a minute. The other party is deliberately provoking us and trying to test our strength. Why should we fall for their trap? Lu Ming patted Ming Qing and said. Ming Qing sat down. Junior brother, I think you don't have to say anything. They're clearly a bunch of weaklings and trash. No matter what you say, no one will dare to make a move. A youth from the 10 Directions sword sect called out. A bunch of trash. The crooked mouth youth clamored. You've gone too far. Today, I'll experience the skills of the 10 Directions sword sect. Finally, someone from the General Stars Hall couldn't take it anymore. He shouted angrily and strode out. It's Mo Gang. He's about to make his move. Mo Gang's cultivation is at the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and he's ranked in the top 20 in the General Star Hall's outer hall. With him taking action, it's enough to see the strength of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Mo Gang walked out and began to discuss among the Star Hall disciples. Finally, someone with some guts has appeared. How about this? I'll give you 3 moves, and I won't fight back within 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man looked at Mo Gang in disdain. There's no need for you to move, take this. Mo Gang roared as a mountain-splitting axe appeared in his hand. Mo Gang swung his mountain-splitting axe at the crooked-mouthed young man. The mountain-splitting axe slashed through the void, causing the space to tremble like waves. Even a mountain peak would be split in half if the axe were to land. All right. The people of the General Stars Hall cheered in their hearts. With such power, let's see how the crooked-mouthed young man will let me have 3 moves. But the next moment, their faces froze. The crooked-mouthed young man spun the sword in his hand and drew a circle in the air. An invisible force of attraction was generated, and Mo Gang's battle axe was repelled when it came into contact with the circle. Bang! 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 At the same time, Mo Gang was forced to take 3 steps back. How is that possible? Everyone in the General Stars Hall was shocked. What a powerful defensive martial skill. Ming Qing said with a serious expression. Black grade high-level martial arts technique, 2nd stage. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He could tell the level and maturity of the other party's martial arts technique. 2 more moves. I said before, I won't fight back within 3 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered, his voice filled with contempt. I don't believe it. Mo Gang bellowed furiously as he swung his axe again. This axe was even more powerful, but it was useless. It was still deflected by the crooked-mouthed youth's sword. How could this be? Is this crooked-mouthed young man the top genius of the 10 Directions Sword School? The people from the General Star Hall called out in disbelief. They suspected that the 10 Directions Sword sect had deliberately sent geniuses to attack them. You're thinking too much. Let me tell you, I'm nothing in the 10 Directions Sword School. There are countless people stronger than me. The crooked-mouthed young man said indifferently. Impossible. Take my 3rd move. Die. Mo Gang roared as his blood vessels erupted. The muscles on his majestic body bulged as he swung his axe toward the crooked-mouthed young man. Mo Gang had used all his strength in this strike, his strongest move. Break. Mo Gang's eyes were bloodshot. Break? Can you break it? The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. He rotated his sword, and his body was covered with circles of sword light. Clang! Sparks flew as Mo Gang's battle axe collided with the sword, and his body staggered backward once more. How could this be? How did this happen? Mo Gang roared. He found it difficult to accept. You piece of trash, die. Buzz! The sword light flashed like lightning. Quickly retreat. Someone from the General Star Hall shouted. However, Mo Gang's mind had been distracted earlier, and it was already too late for him to react. Puchi! The sword light pierced through Mo Gang's throat. Mo Gang roared before falling to the ground. Mo Gang had been killed. The General Star Hall's people fell silent, their faces grave. And you said you're not trash. Now, the truth is right in front of you. If you're not convinced, you can come up and fight me. The crooked-mouthed young man's eyes swept around Binny. The people of the General Stars Hall were extremely humiliated. The other disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect looked at the people from the General Star Hall with disdain. What a bunch of trash. The crooked-mouthed young man's gaze swept around and finally landed on the 10 observation pillars. You, get down here. The crooked-mouthed young man suddenly pointed at the white-red image on the 10th viewing pillar. Bai Chi's face suddenly stiffened. He squeezed out an ugly smile and cupped his fists. Senior brother, what are your instructions? His attitude was humble, hoping to win the other party's favor. This caused the others to feel a burst of displeasure. Unfortunately, the crooked-mouthed youth did not buy it and shouted, Who do you think you are? Are you even allowed to call me senior brother? Get down here immediately, I'm taking your clairvoyant pillar. What? You want the boundary observing pillar? Bai Chi was shocked and his face turned ugly. Don't go too far. Since ancient times, the imperial family and the 10 Directions sword school have distributed the gazing at the horizon pillars. This represents the glory of the imperial family. I can't give it to you. On another observation pillar, a young man in a yellow robe roared. This young man was a member of the imperial family. What kind of bullshit glory is this? Today, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. If you don't, I'll beat you up until you give it to me. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Bai Chi almost cried out. He was in a dilemma. If he didn't give it to them, it was obvious that he would have to face the disciples of the 10 Directions sword school. However, if he gave it to them, he would be destroying the honor of the royal family. Everyone in the General Star Hall would cast him aside, and he would never be able to raise his head in the General Star Hall in the future. At this moment, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. If he had known this earlier, he definitely wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to snatch this observing pillar. Bai Chi, if you give it up, you will be a sinner of the General Stars Hall. There is no one in the General Stars Hall who is afraid of death. At worst, we will fight. If we can't win, we will just die. I will support you in spirit. Ming Qing yelled unkindly, pushing Bai Chi into the fire pit. Ming Qing grinned and almost laughed out loud. I also support you in spirit. Lu Ming followed suit and shouted. Support your sister. Who needs spiritual support? Bai Chi roared in his heart. Lu Ming and Ming Qing were clearly gloating. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Left with no choice, Bai Chi could only brace himself and cupped his fists at the crooked-mouthed young man. It seems like you're going to have a fight. Let me see what you're capable of. I know you're one of the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. Suddenly, his body moved and he pounced toward Bai Chi. Dragon White Snake Palm, Dragon Transformation. Bai Chi roared and struck out with his palm. Chapter 219, Dragging Lu Ming into the Water. A giant white dragon roared and pounced at the crooked-mouthed youth. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out. The crooked-mouthed young man's sword chi was extremely sharp. With a slash of his sword, he directly cut off the head of the white dragon. Bai Chi's expression changed drastically, and he kept waving his palms. White Snake Dragon Palm. One palm can transform into 10 dragons. 10 giant dragons danced in the air. 9 Heaven's Howling Sword. The crooked-mouthed young man slashed out with his sword, and the sword chi whistled as it collided with the white dragon. Boom! Boom! With 10 consecutive explosions, the white dragons were defeated one by one. Kill! The crooked-mouthed young man waved his sword, and a series of crystal-clear sword chi shot toward Bai Chi. White Dragon Snake Transformation Palm, double the palm force. Bai Chi roared and waved his palms again. Roar! The giant white dragon roared and suddenly condensed into 20 giant white dragons. They roared and pounced on the crooked-mouthed young man. After a period of hard work, Bai Chi's martial arts technique had improved and he could now shoot out 20 white giant dragons. He had wanted to take revenge on Ming Cheng and Lu Ming, but he was forced to use it now. Is this your limit? What a disappointment. The crooked-mouthed young man let out a long howl. He became one with his sword and soared into the sky. Wherever the sword chi passed, the white dragons collapsed one by one. Arg! Bai Chi screamed and his body was thrown back. He fell heavily on the ground and coughed up blood. Buzz! The crooked-mouthed young man's figure moved and landed on the observing pillar where Bai Chi was. Ha! From now on, this gazing upon pillar belongs to the 10 Directions Sword Sect. The crooked-mouthed young man laughed. Damn it, get down. The royal disciple from before shouted. Hee 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 hee, then you should also give up your clairvoyant pillar. At this moment, another disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School rushed out and pounced on the disciple of the royal family. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in an intense battle. This royal disciple was stronger than Bai Chi, but the disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School was also very terrifying. In just a dozen moves, the royal disciple was sent flying while vomiting blood. Another viewing pillar was seized by the 10 Directions Sword Sect. How can he be so strong? Is this the genius of the 10 Directions Sword School? Everyone in the General Star Hall thought in despair. On the side of the 10 Directions Sword School, the geniuses standing on the gazing upon pillars had yet to make a move. Just a few geniuses with unknown rankings had defeated 2 of the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall's outer hall in a row, and it had been a one-sided battle. This caused everyone in the General Star's hall to be dumbstruck and lose all morale. The difference was too great. If he entered the Blood Ant's secret realm, how could he fight against the other party? Moreover, the other party had 3 times the number of people from the General Star Hall. What top 10 experts? They're all trash. I think I'll just sweep them all the way. The crooked-mouthed youth was extremely arrogant as he looked at the other 8 of the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall with disdain. The 8 people's faces changed slightly. Even the strongest few people had grave expressions. Even if they were confident that they could defeat the crooked-mouthed young man, they were afraid that the 10 Directions Sword Sect would send someone stronger. That would be troublesome. Therefore, none of them made a move. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side, watching indifferently. He had just joined the General Star's hall and did not have much sense of belonging to it. No matter how much the Shifang Sword Sect looked down on the General Star's hall, he was not interested in taking action. His main purpose here was to obtain the Blood Ant eggs in exchange for the blood refinement pills. He didn't want to get into trouble for no reason. Don't be so arrogant. There's someone in my General Star's hall who can definitely sweep you all away. Bai Chi suddenly shouted from the side. Eh. Everyone was stunned and looked at Bai Chi. He didn't understand why Bai Chi suddenly became so strong and dared to speak to the people of the 10 Directions Sword School like this. Brat, are you looking for a beating? The crooked-mouthed young man looked at Bai Chi. I'm telling the truth, Bai Chi said through gritted teeth. No matter how strong your school is, you can't defeat this man. Who are you talking about? Tell him to get out here. The crooked-mouthed young man shouted coldly. It's him. Bai Chi suddenly pointed at Lu Ming. And NBSP, whoosh. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Bai Chi actually wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He deserved to be killed. It's him. His name is Tianyun, a peerless genius of the General Star Hall. He can definitely kill you within 10 moves. Bai Chi shouted at the crooked-mouthed young man. Killing me in 10 moves. What a joke. I think you're crazy. Fine, open your dog eyes and watch carefully. Let's see how he can kill me in 10 moves. The crooked-mouthed young man sneered. He then looked at Lu Ming and pointed his sword at him. Brat, come out and fight me. The corners of Bai Chi's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes flashed with pride. He secretly admired himself for pulling Lu Ming into the water with just a few words. Let's see how you're going to die against the 10-direction sword school. Bai Qi sneered. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he slowly got up. Although he did not want to cause trouble, he was not afraid of trouble. Idiot. This was the first sentence that Lu Ming said to the crooked-mouthed youth. What? What did you just say? The crooked-mouthed young man thought he had heard wrong. Idiot, that idiot is obviously using you to deal with me. It's so obvious, and you can see it. What are you if not an idiot? Lu Ming chided, as if he was chiding a child. The crooked-mouthed young man's face suddenly turned ashen. His already crooked mouth became even more crooked as he roared, "You're looking for death, kid. You're dead, you piece of shit. I don't care what the reason is, but you're dead because of what you said. That idiot was right about one thing. I only need 10 moves to kill you. No, 3 moves is enough." Lu Ming said coldly. Not far away, Bai Qi was gritting his teeth. Lu Ming kept calling him an idiot. He was so used to it that he almost vomited blood. Humph, Tianyun, you dare to be so arrogant in front of the 10-direction sword school? Let's see how you die. Bai Qi roared in his heart. Kill. The crooked-mouthed young man roared. His killing intent exploded. He could no longer bear it and charged at Lu Ming. Sword howl. The crooked-mouthed young man's first move was a killing move. The dazzling and crystal-like sword Qi slashed violently at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The demon-subduing spear appeared in his hand and he swept the spear forward. Boom! As the spear swept past, the space trembled violently. The air exploded with a terrifying sound. Due to the spear's speed being too fast, the friction with the air brought about scorching flames. Before the long spear arrived, the terrifying force of the Qi explosion had already destroyed the crooked-mouthed youth's sword Qi. How did this happen? The crooked-mouthed young man's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a sense of fear. His body moved back frantically, and at the same time, his battle sword rotated rapidly, displaying that kind of defensive sword technique. At this moment, the faces of the geniuses of the 10-direction sword school who were standing on the observing pillars all changed. What a powerful force! Someone muttered. I didn't expect the General Stars Hall to have a decent genius. Yang Zitian's eyes showed a trace of interest, but it was just a little bit. Thump! Lu Ming's long spear struck the sword circle formed by the crooked-mouthed youth. In an instant, a shrill and unpleasant rumbling sound was heard. Then, the crooked-mouthed young man's eyes popped out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated rapidly. Chapter 220, Shattered. Tianyun is going to win. Someone from the General Star Hall shouted in excitement. No one had expected Lu Ming to be so powerful. With just one move, he had sent the crooked-mouthed young man flying in a brutal manner, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The second move. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming did not stop his attack, and the second shot followed. Boom! 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 As the spear swept past, the space trembled violently. It was extremely terrifying. The power of this spear was even stronger than the previous one. The crooked-mouthed young man was horrified. He roared and exploded with all his strength, using that defensive martial skill with all his might. The battle sword spun and sword circles appeared one after another, floating in front of the crooked-mouthed young man. Block it! The crooked-mouthed young man's eyes were red as he roared. Thump! However, as the long spear swept past, all the sword circles collapsed instantly. The long spear directly hit the crooked-mouthed young man's combat sword. A terrifying force exploded. The crooked-mouthed young man's combat sword actually exploded into pieces with a bang. The crooked-mouthed young man let out a blood-curdling screech. The bones in his body made a series of crackling sounds, and it was unknown how many bones had been broken. The third move. I'll kill you. The cold voice was heard again. Don't. The crooked-mouthed youth shouted. How dare you? Stop. A young man on one of the 10 direction sword sect's observing pillars shouted. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It turned into a flash of lightning and pierced through the heart of the crooked-mouthed young man. With a thump, it was nailed to the ground. What the fuck? You actually dare to kill me? The crooked-mouthed young man let out a roar of unwillingness and disbelief. I said I'll kill you in 3 moves. There won't be a 4th move. Lu Ming said coldly. The crooked-mouthed young man's eyes revealed an extremely frightened expression. He let out a loud roar of unwillingness and stopped breathing. Junior brother. How dare you kill the geniuses of my 10 direction sword school? You're courting death. I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. The surrounding disciples of the 10 direction sword sect roared, their eyes filled with killing intent. Let's attack. First, we'll cripple his cultivation. Then, I'll break all his bones and hang him at the gate of the General Stars Hall. We'll let everyone know the consequences of offending the 10 direction sword school. It was still the young man on the observing pillar. This young man had long blue hair and was extremely evil. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said. Of course, the other geniuses on the clairvoyant pillars were also looking at Lu Ming coldly. They just did not say anything. Buzz. Buzz. As soon as the green-haired young man finished speaking, at least 20 or so disciples of the omnipresent sword sect unsheathed their long swords around Lu Ming, and streams of sword chi flashed out. Kill. More than 20 disciples of the omnidirectional sword school attacked at the same time. The violent sword chi, more than 20 violent sword chi, instantly drowned Lu Ming. Lan Yu. The long spear swept across and let out a terrifying howl. More than 20 sword chi were instantly destroyed. Get lost. Lu Ming bellowed. Like an unparalleled demonic god, he charged forward with the spear in his hand. Boom. Boom. More than 20 explosions rang out in succession, and more than 20 disciples of the 10 directions sword school were sent flying, coughing up blood. Everyone was shocked. He was too powerful. Lu Ming was too powerful. It was a crushing defeat. The other party had no way to resist. In front of Lu Ming, the 20-odd people were as weak as babies. Why is there such an expert in the General Stars Hall? Many people from the 10 direction sword sect roared in their hearts. Even Yang Zitian's eyes had a trace of seriousness. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on top of the green-haired young man's head, looking down at him. Get down. Lu Ming's long spear lashed out in a very direct and overbearing manner. You're looking for death. Die. The green-haired young man shouted coldly. A green sword appeared in his hand and he swung it. A huge green bear pounced at Lu Ming with a roar. The green bear's palms were as big as a table and it continuously smacked Lu Ming. Boom. There was a violent explosion and the green bear collapsed. The spear continued to smash down. Why would I? The green-haired youth's eyes flashed with disbelief. He was a top genius and was famous even in the 10 direction sword school. He was not someone other disciples could compare to. Being qualified to occupy one of the observing pillars was enough to explain everything. He initially thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would be able to fight him. However, the moment they fought, he realized that he was wrong. He was terribly wrong. He was no match for them. He was directly sent flying by the surging power. Boom! Lu Ming's spear hit the observing pillar directly. In an instant, the observing pillar was shattered into pieces. Silence. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. It was as if the space had frozen. After a long while, he let out an earth-shaking roar. How dare you? How dare you destroy the 10 Direction Sword Sect's clairvoyant pillar? You're dead. Kill, we must kill him. Grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Almost all the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Although the gazing horizon pillar was useless, it represented the face of the omnidirectional sword sect. Lu Ming's shattering of the gazing horizon pillar was equivalent to slapping the faces of all the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect in public. How could they not be angry? Even Yang Zitian and a few other young men from the omnipresent sword sect who had been very calm all this while were looking at Lu Ming with gloomy expressions. Boom! Boom! 5 to 6 powerful auras pressed down on Lu Ming. Force. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. These 5 to 6 youths had actually all comprehended force. There were indeed many geniuses in the Shifang sword sect. There were actually 5 or 6 people below the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm who had comprehended force. Those who could comprehend force at the Martial Master realm were 1 in 10,000, extremely few. However, even a Great Martial Master comprehending force was no small matter. They were definitely rare geniuses. Heavens, there are actually so many people from the 10 Direction Sword School who have comprehended force. Tian Yun is finished. No matter how strong he is, he's not a match for these monsters. Someone from the General Stars Hall shouted. Boom! The aura of the 6 geniuses from the omnidirectional sword sect who had comprehended force pressed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed and he was about to release his aura to resist. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. In the sky, the red-haired old man flew over quickly. He emitted a terrifying aura and blocked the aura of the 6 young geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School. What are you doing, eccentric Red? Do you want to attack the disciples of my 10 Directions Sword School? I'll exchange a few moves with you. Following closely behind, Qiu Wuji also arrived at the scene. Qiu Wuji's eyes scanned the surroundings and when he saw the broken observation pillar, his expression changed and he shouted, "Who is it?" He broke the observing pillar. Elder, it's that kid. He also killed junior brother Hu. A disciple from the omnipresent sword sect pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Brat, you dare to shatter my 10 Directions sword sect's boundary observing pillar? You even killed the heroes of my Shifang sword school, you're courting death. Qiu Wuji bellowed and sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. The powerful strength of a martial arts grandmaster was undoubtedly on display. His palm was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! The red-haired old man moved as well. He threw out a punch and blocked Qiu Wuji's palm energy. Eccentric Red, do you want to start a war? Qiu Wuji bellowed. Qiu Wuji, your Shifang sword school also killed one of my General Stars Hall's disciples, so we're even now. As for the destruction of the gazing at pillar, swords have no eyes in a great battle. You can't blame anyone for this. The red-haired elder was very domineering. He stood in front of Lu Ming. Chapter 221, Let's see who kills who. How can the lives of the people of the General Stars Hall be compared to the lives of the 10 Direction Sword School? Get lost! Qiu Wuji roared. Qiu Wuji, don't go too far. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. At most, we'll fight. The red-haired old man roared like a mad lion. You fuck. Qiu Wuji's face darkened. If it was someone else, they might be afraid of the 10 Direction sword sect, but this red-haired elder was a wild beast. He was lawless and feared no one when he went crazy. This was also the reason why the imperial family sent the red-haired old man to lead the team. Qiu Wuji, if you want to fight, then fight. Cut the crap. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity to enter the Blood Ant realm. The red-haired old man said. Good, very good. Eccentric Red, what's the point of you protecting this kid now? This time, I'll give you a new mission. Kill this man with all your might in the Blood Ant secret realm. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. Qiu Wuji pointed at Lu Ming. Alright. Elder, don't worry. I'll definitely kill this person with my own hands. This kid's life is mine. Instantly, all the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Also, this time, if you encounter people from the General Star Hall, kill them without mercy. Don't hold back. Anyone who dares to kill people from my General Star Hall will not only have to die, but everyone else will also have to die. Qiu Wuji ordered. Don't worry, Elder. This time, we'll make sure that no one can leave the General Star Hall. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect said one after another. At this moment, all the disciples of the General Stars Hall had extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, Tianyun, it's all Tianyun's fault. He's the one who started this mess, why should we be the ones to take the blame? Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. Lu Ming looked over. It was Bai Qi again. That's right. This matter started because of Tianyun. It's all his fault. Originally, we had a way out with the 10 Direction Sword School and could have reconciled. It's all his fault. He's pushing all of us into the fire pit. A green-robed young man on the observing pillar also shouted. This person was originally Bai Qi's good friend, so he was naturally on Bai Qi's side. As soon as he said that, many people in the General Stars Hall looked at Lu Ming in a different light. They felt that what Bai Qi and the young man in green said made sense. How about this? Let's enter the Blood Ant's secret realm and work together to take down Tianyun. We'll hand him over to the 10 Direction Sword School and make peace with them. Bai Qi shouted. Nonsense. Bai Qi, what the hell are you talking about? Ming Chen couldn't help but cry out. He was so angry that his chest hurt. Bai Qi and the green-robed young man were too shameless. Just now, who was it that had been humiliated by the people of the 10 Direction Sword School, and the entire General Stars Hall had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads? If not for Lu Ming's intervention, the General Star Hall would have lost a great deal of face. Now, they actually made a false countercharge and blamed everything on Lu Ming. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? I'm not talking nonsense. That's the truth. If not for Tianyun, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Bai Qi clamored. Shut up. At this moment, the red-haired elder rebuked and looked at Bai Qi coldly. What are you afraid of? At worst, we'll just have a battle. Tianyun isn't wrong in this matter. Elder, the blood ant eggs are important. Bai Qi called out. Ha ha ha, then what's Bai Qi's name? If that's the case, we can consider showing mercy. Someone from the 10 Direction Sword Sect laughed. The others also looked at the people from the General Star Hall with a mocking expression. They had not even set off yet and there was already internal strife. What a joke. Bai Qi. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly. His voice was calm and indifferent, without any emotion. Everyone could not help but look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi, everything you've done today has already determined your fate. I will kill you in the Blood Ant realm. If I don't, I, Tianyun, will destroy my own cultivation. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely cold. There was a terrifying killing intent and determination to kill Bai Qi. Bai Qi's face turned pale and he felt a chill in his heart. Elder, look at this. We're all from the General Star Hall, but Tianyun actually threatened to kill me. How can such a vicious person remain in the General Star Hall? I suggest that we expel him from the General Star Hall and disqualify him from the Blood Ant Mystic Realm. Bai Qi looked at the red-haired elder and shouted. He was afraid, so afraid that he could die. Shut up. I don't care about what happens in the Blood Ant secret realm. You guys deal with it yourselves. The red-haired elder chided. He was clearly unhappy with Bai Qi's actions. And you guys? Lu Ming pointed the long spear in his hand at the people from the omnidirectional sword sect. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura was demonic. All of you from the 10 Direction Sword Sect want to kill me. Fine, I, Tianyun, will accept it. When the time comes, let's see who will kill who. See who will kill who. These 4 short words swept out like a storm, shaking everyone's hearts. Everyone was shocked. Such strong self-confidence, such strong spirit, these words, is he going to fight a sect alone? Alright, that's how a martial artist should be. The red-haired elder roared, his eyes glowing. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he liked him. Arrogant, ignorant. If you have some combat power, you can't tell north from south. There are quite a few people in the 10 Direction Sword Sect who can kill him. Kill him. When we reach the Blood Ant's secret realm, we must kill him. The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect shouted one by one. Their gazes were penetrating like tigers eyeing their prey. Buzz! A loud and clear sword cry resounded through the entire area. A beam of sword chi shot up into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was Yang Zitian. His black hair was dancing in the wind and his eyes were like stars. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "He's my prey. If I encounter him, I'll definitely kill him." Everyone from the 10 Direction Sword Sect was shocked. Yang Zitian has the intention to kill him. He's dead for sure. There's no chance for him to live. It's a rare thing to attract the attention of senior brother Yang Zitian. It's his honor. The disciple of the 10 Direction Sword Sect laughed. If you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he glared at Yang Zitian. A confrontation. You don't know what's good for you. The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword Sect sneered. Alright, let's go. The red-haired old man suddenly let out a loud roar and led the way into the depths of the barren mountain. Let's go too. Qiu Wuji shouted coldly and brought the people from the 10 Direction Sword School to follow. The group ran for thousands of meters and stopped in a pile of stones. However, these rocks were all engraved with inscriptions. Eccentric red, let's start. Qiu Wuji looked at the red-haired elder. The red-haired elder nodded and walked to one side of the rocks with the other elders. Qiu Wuji, on the other hand, walked to the other side of the rocks with the elders of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The two sides shouted at the same time and waved their hands. A strong true qi gushed out and poured into the stones. Buzz! The inscriptions glowed and a door of light appeared in the pile of rocks. This was the entrance to the Blood Ant realm. Enter. On the General Star Hall's side, someone impatiently rushed towards the light door. His figure rushed into the light door and disappeared. We have 10 days to enter this time. What's the use of being so impatient? Some of the disciples from the 10 Direction Sword Sect sneered. Chapter 222, Blood Ant Eggs. After that, most of the disciples from the omnidirectional sword sect cast a murderous look at Lu Ming before they rushed toward the light door. Brother Tianyun, you must be careful. Ming Qing warned with a serious expression. Brother Ming, don't worry. I'm not afraid of anyone below the 7th grade Great Master realm. Lu Ming smiled and was very confident. During this period of time, he had been cultivating in the God Wind Valley and had gained a lot. His combat power had increased greatly and he was naturally confident. I believe in Brother Tianyun. Those people from the 10 Direction Sword School will definitely not be able to do anything to you. Ming Qing said. The scene of him sparring with Lu Ming a month ago was still vivid in his mind. Let's go in. Ming Qing said. Lu Ming nodded and rushed into the light door with Ming Qing. When the disciples from both sides rushed into the light door, the red-haired old man pondered for a while and whispered a few words to the old man next to him. The old man nodded, turned into a rainbow light, and disappeared into the sky. Qiu Wuji's eyes flashed and he also said a few words to an elder of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. The elder also turned into a ray of light and disappeared. On the other side. The world spun and Lu Ming felt his body falling. There was a damp atmosphere in the surroundings. Lu Ming took a closer look and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was in the air, and below him was a huge river that was constantly flowing. The river was at least 100 meters wide, and the water was turbulent, flowing to an unknown place. Lu Ming was falling toward the river. Sky step. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stepped into the void. His body became as light as a feather and he slowly descended. Voila! All of a sudden, the water below churned and a blood-red ant rushed out of the river. It waved its sharp claws and clawed at Lu Ming. This blood-red ant was extremely huge. It was the size of a small dog and was many times bigger than the other ants. Blood ant. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, a long spear was formed and he thrust it forward. Poochie! The long spear pierced through the blood ant's mouth, and its head exploded. With a pull of his palm, he caught the corpse of the blood ant in his hand. Blood ant eggs. Lu Ming discovered a blood-red ball the size of a longan on the abdomen of the blood ant. The round ball emitted a dense blood chi. It was their target this time, the blood ant egg. With a wave of his hand, his essential chi was like a blade as he took the blood ant's egg in his hand. Then, he stepped on the river with the tip of his foot and his body floated forward, landing on the riverbank. I didn't expect there to be blood ants in the river. Lu Ming smiled. This blood ant is equivalent to a first-grade grandmaster martial artist. It's a Class 1 Level 3 demonic beast. It's said that a blood ant of Class 1 Level 3 demonic beast will have one blood ant egg in its abdomen. A blood ant of Class 2 Level 3 will have 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen, and a blood ant of Class 3 will have 4 blood ant eggs. The higher the level, the higher the level. The number of blood ant eggs that a blood ant can have is twice that of the previous level. I can only obtain blood ant eggs quickly if I find blood ants of higher levels. Lu Ming pondered and followed the river to see if he could encounter blood ants. Voila! Soon, a blood ant emerged from the river and pounced at Lu Ming. This blood ant was even bigger than the previous one, and there were 2 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. Blood ants of 2nd grade 3rd level. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He thrust his spear forward and killed the blood ant. In that case, Lu Ming would have 3 blood ant eggs. I'm quite lucky. I've only just entered and I've already obtained 3 blood ant eggs. With 3 more, I can exchange them for a blood refinement pill. At the thought of the blood refinement pill, Lu Ming was full of motivation. He continued to move forward along the river. Rustle. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from a mound beside the river. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he dashed toward the mound. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There was a cave on the mound, and a few blood ants were going in and out. Could it be an ant nest? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was about to rush out. Not far away, the sound of air being torn rang out. 7 figures were rapidly approaching. An ant's nest, it's an ant's nest. Ha, we're so lucky. We've only just entered and we've already encountered an ant's nest. A burst of laughter rang out. They're from the 10 Direction Sword School. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Tianyun. The 7 disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect also saw Lu Ming, and their expressions changed. Good, we're so lucky. Not only did we encounter an ant nest the moment we entered the blood ant realm, but we also encountered Tianyun. As long as we kill him, Elder Qiu Wuji will reward us handsomely. The eyes of the 7 young men began to shine. Good luck. The sneer at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth became more intense. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. The 7 young men moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. The 7 of them were all 6th grade Great Martial Masters, and 4 of them were even at the peak of the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm. Tianyun, you're unlucky to have encountered my He clan's 7 swords. Today will be the day you die. The oldest young man sneered. Although Lu Ming had displayed his powerful combat strength earlier, they were not afraid and were very confident that they could kill him. They were quite famous geniuses in the Shifang sword sect. The 7 of them came from the same clan and were known as the He clan's 7 swords. They were good at joint attacks, and when the 7 of them joined forces, not many 6th-grade great martial masters could defeat them. In the school, other than the 6 geniuses who had comprehended the control force, no other 6th-grade great martial master was a match for them. Therefore, they were very confident. Shifang Sword School, this time, I'll start with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He's still so arrogant even when he's about to die. Brothers, send him on his way. Clang clang. 7 sword hums were heard. 7 people and 7 long swords formed an impenetrable net of swords and charged at Lu Ming. Landslide. The long spear swept out and collided with the sword net. Thump. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that when the long spear and the sword net collided, the powerful force of the long spear disappeared without a trace, like mud entering the sea. He barely managed to push back the sword net, but it didn't scatter. What a wondrous joint attack technique. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In the last month at the Divine Wind Valley, Lu Ming's cultivation had progressed smoothly and he had broken through to the 5th-grade Greatmaster realm. With Lu Ming's rich essential qi and his 5th-grade Grandmaster cultivation, a casual sweep of the spear was extremely powerful. An ordinary 7th-grade Grandmaster martial artist would be whipped to death. Even an 8th-grade Great Martial Master would be severely injured. But it was blocked by the He clan's 7 swords. Ha ha ha. Tianyun, your attacks are useless against us. Prepare to die. One of the He clan's 7 swords laughed. Chi chi. The sword chi flickered and the dense sword chi charged toward Lu Ming again. Again. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his essential chi increased by another 2 points. Boom. This spear attack was even stronger than the previous one. It struck the sword net, causing it to shake violently. What's going on? How can he be so powerful? Is this still the strength of a 7th-grade Great Master? The He clan's 7 swords were extremely shocked. Attack with all your might and kill him. Kill. All 7 of their bloodlines erupted. All of them had 5th-level bloodlines. The power of their bloodlines exploded, greatly increasing their combat power. Go to hell. The 7 swords of the He clan roared. Oh, really? You're the ones who will die. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom. Lu Ming's body erupted with a fiery aura, like a volcano. The power of fire. Chapter 223, Chapter 223 Flood Dragon Fruit. The power of fire erupted, and the aura soared to the sky. It was extremely hot. The expressions of the He clan's 7 swords changed drastically. Force, this is force, the force of fire. What a terrifying fire force. What kind of fire force is this? It's too terrifying. Not good. The He clan's 7 swords all roared, their faces filled with shock. Boom. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his long hair dancing in the wind. He looked like a god of fire. Kill. Go. Lu Ming suddenly shouted and a terrifying spear's gleam burst out. The sword net set up by the He clan's 7 swords instantly collapsed like paper. Not good, quickly retreat. One of the He clan's 7 swords shouted. Retreat? You want to retreat now? It's too late. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Chi 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 then, several spear lights were shot out. A few shrieks were heard. 4 of the He clan's 7 swords were pierced by Lu Ming's spear ray. Run, run. The remaining 3 of the He clan's 7 swords were scared out of their wits, and they desperately ran away. The 3 of them had scattered. However, Lu Ming stepped on the void and caught up with one of them in an instant. "Ah, I'll fight you to the death." The young man roared and charged at Lu Ming with all his might. However, when faced with Lu Ming, who had cast the force of fire, he was far from being able to do so. He was directly pierced by the spear. Then, he chased after the other two. "Tianyun, you'll die a horrible death. The 10-direction sword school will not let you off. You'll die without a burial ground." There was no doubt about the result. The remaining two were killed by Lu Ming one by one, leaving only howls of despair. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. He did not mind at all. In a flash, he devoured all the blood essence of the 7 people. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the 5th grade Grandmaster realm. The blood essence of a 6th grade Grandmaster was of limited help to him. It did not take long for him to refine all of it, and Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved slightly. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming headed toward the ant nest. Chi. At that moment, a few blood ants pounced at Lu Ming. He killed them easily and took the blood ant eggs. However, at this moment, more blood ants crawled out of the ant nest. There were more than 10 of them. A few of them were at 2nd grade 3rd level. Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. He charged at the blood ants, and before long, he had 20 blood ant eggs in his hands. In addition to the previous blood ant eggs, Lu Ming had enough to exchange for 4 blood refinement pills. "Kill our way in." Lu Ming was extremely excited as he charged into the ant nest. However, the number of blood ants in the ant nest was not as high as he had imagined. There were only about 50 blood ants in total. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had killed all of them. Among them, the strongest blood ant was at class 4 level 3. It had 8 blood ant eggs in its abdomen. This ant nest had given Lu Ming a total of 82 blood ant eggs. "Ha, I'm so lucky." Lu Ming laughed heartily. He left the ant nest and continued his search in the vicinity. This small plain was very large. It was even larger than the small plain left behind by the Dongi tribe's ancestors that Lu Ming had previously entered. Lu Ming had searched a radius of 100 miles, but he felt that he had only occupied a small corner of this small plain. He did not even meet many other people. In the next 2 days, Lu Ming seemed to have run out of luck. He did not encounter many blood ants that were alone, let alone ant nests. In 2 days, he only obtained 18 blood ant eggs. It is said that the depths of this small plain are the nests of blood ants. There are mother ants in there. It is said that there are a large number of blood ant eggs in there, all shed by blood ants. However, that place is extremely dangerous. Every time, a large number of experts will die there. If we don't get much in a few days, we'll go to the blood ant nest. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and continued to search for traces of the blood ants. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he stopped. Because he smelled a fragrance, the fragrance of spirit herbs. There are spirit herbs nearby. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes shone with a fiery glow. The blood ant's secret realm was a small plain that had just been created. Although this kind of plain was not very stable, it was the easiest to breed some very rare natural treasures. It was like the birth of a treasure at the beginning of the world. In such an environment, once a spiritual medicine was nurtured, it would definitely not be an ordinary item. Lu Ming's nose twitched as he noted it down. He found the right direction and left at top speed. What? Not long after, he discovered that there were a few figures in front of him, and they were also heading in that direction. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that they were from the omnipresent sword sect. It seems that this spiritual medicine is no small matter. It has attracted a lot of people. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile as he dashed forward. In front of them, a wide lake appeared. The lake was very large, with a radius of more than 1,000 meters. The water was as clear as a mirror. At this moment, there were no less than 50 people around the lake. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. There were so many people here. Then, Lu Ming looked at the lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a spiritual herb. It was a dark green spirit herb with 9 leaves. The leaves were crystal clear as if they were made of green jade. In the middle of the 9 leaves, there was a spirit fruit. This spirit fruit looked like a flood dragon, and it was extremely lifelike. Flood dragon spirit fruit. This is the flood dragon spirit fruit. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly and his eyes shone with a strong light. The flood dragon fruit was an extremely rare spirit herb that was rarely found in the world. Legend had it that if a grandmaster martial artist swallowed it, his cultivation would definitely break through to the next level. Even a martial grandmaster had a high chance of breaking through to the next level. The medicinal effects were extremely amazing. However, to Lu Ming, this was not the most attractive thing. What attracted Lu Ming the most was the flood dragon fruit's help to the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming had been cultivating the true war dragon technique to the 3rd stage for a very long time. However, if one wanted to cultivate it to the 4th level, they would need 6 types of precious materials. However, nothing was set in stone. It didn't mean that these 6 materials were necessary. There were also some very precious natural treasures that could be worth 6 kinds of materials. The flood dragon fruit was such a rare treasure. A single flood dragon spirit fruit could help Lu Ming cultivate to the 4th stage of the true war dragon technique. How could he not be tempted? Once he cultivated to the 4th level, Lu Ming's essential qi would be 5 times that of ordinary essential qi. Lu Ming's combat strength would definitely increase tremendously. I must get the flood dragon fruit. Lu Ming thought to himself. He looked at the flood dragon fruit carefully. At this moment, there was a faint layer of light on the flood dragon fruit. Within the light, one could vaguely see a small flood dragon dancing. An extremely dense medicinal fragrance continuously spread out, provoking one's nerves. It was obvious that the flood dragon fruit had not fully ripened yet, but it was approaching its full ripeness. This was also the reason why there were so many people gathered here, but no one had made a move yet. The flood dragon fruit wasn't fully ripe yet. If it was picked, its effects would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't even have 1/10 of the medicinal effects of a fully ripe fruit. It wouldn't be able to break through to the next realm at all. Tianyun, it's you. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Chapter 224, Fight 4. A cold shout came from nearby. A few young men from the 10 Directions Sword School had noticed him. His voice shook the entire area. More than 50 young men turned their heads and looked at Lu Ming. It really is Tianyun. There are so many of us here, and he still dares to appear. Ha, he's courting death. Let's join forces and kill him. The disciples of the omnipresent sword sect looked at Lu Ming with murderous eyes. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and was very clear about the situation. There were more than 30 young men from the 10 Directions Sword School. There were nearly 20 young men from the General Star Hall, and 3 of them were from the top 10 experts of the Outer Hall. Tianyun, he's mine. An eerie voice came from the 10 Directions Sword School. A young man in a blue robe strode out and looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Senior brother Water Trace. Could it be that senior brother Shui Luhen is going to personally make a move? Tianyun is dead for sure. When this young man walked out, there were exclamations from the 10 Directions Sword sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that this young man was one of the 6 geniuses in the omnipresent sword school who had comprehended the control force. Tianyun, you've really been blinded by greed. To think that you'd still dare to appear here. You're really looking for death. Fine, I'll finish you off and complete one of Elder Chio's missions. Shuehen looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. His tone was full of confidence as if Lu Ming was already a piece of fat meat in his mouth. A few disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School told me the same thing before, but they're already on their way. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. What? Tianyun, you've actually killed a disciple of my 10 Direction Sword School. How dare you? Do you know that this is a heinous crime? A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Laughable. Lu Ming only said 2 words indifferently. There would always be some people who felt good about themselves, as if they were the only ones who could kill others. If others resisted, they would be guilty of great crimes. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense to such a person. Tianyun, no matter what. If you encounter me, you'll definitely die. Shui Shuihen's face turned even gloomier, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Force, the force of water. Cut the crap. Didn't I say before that we'll see who kills who? Lu Ming pointed the long spear in his hand and his killing intent burst forth. At this moment, an even more intense fragrance wafted out. Everyone was shocked. The flood dragon fruit was about to ripen. Tianyun, I'll let you live a little longer for now. I'll kill you after I get the flood dragon spirit fruit. Shui Luhen said coldly. He looked at the serpent spirit fruit with a burning gaze. As long as he could obtain the flood dragon spirit fruit, he would be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Master realm. At that time, he would not fear anyone in the blood ant secret realm, not even Yang Zitian. At that time, he would kill his way into the blood ant nest. How many blood ant eggs could he get? Thinking of this, his heart was burning. The blood ant secret realm would not reject those who broke through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm in it. People of the General Star Hall, if you dare to make a move, I will make sure that none of you can leave this place alive. Shui Shuihen looked at the people from the General Star Hall coldly. Humph, Shui Luhen, the blood ant realm doesn't belong to your family. Anyone who sees it will have a share. A young man from the General Stars Hall said. He was one of the top 10 experts of the General Stars Hall's outer hall. As long as he got the flood dragon fruit, he would be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm. At that time, he would no longer have to fear the people of the Shifang Sword School. Therefore, he was very aggressive and didn't want to back down. You're looking for death. When I get the serpent spirit fruit and break through, I'll definitely kill all these trash from the General Stars Hall. Shui Lihen's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar seemed to come from the flood dragon fruit. The flood dragon fruit shone brightly and the fragrance of medicine spread throughout the area. After a few breaths, the light dimmed, and the medicinal fragrance also faded, becoming more restrained. The flood dragon fruit had ripened. The flood dragon fruit is mine. Go! Shui Lihen roared and leaped out like an arrow, shooting towards the flood dragon fruit. Buzz! And NBSP, whoosh! The people from the General Stars Hall and the other people from the 10 Direction Sword School also pounced toward the flood dragon fruit. Get lost! Shui Shuihen roared and threw a punch. The surface of the lake exploded and water pillars formed, shooting towards the people from the General Star Hall. Damn it! Several experts from the General Star Hall joined forces to block the water pillar. However, their bodies were obstructed and they could not help but fall towards the surface of the lake. The tips of their feet stepped on the surface of the lake to stop themselves, but the water current had already run a long distance. A few pieces of trash want to stop me? The flood dragon fruit is mine. Shui Lihen sneered in his heart. But the next moment, he was stunned. A figure stepped in the air and leaped over his head, heading straight for the flood dragon's spirit fruit. Tianyun, stop right there. You're looking for death. Water current Scar roared. He stomped on the surface of the water and ran forward at top speed. At the same time, he waved his palms and the nearby lake water was driven by him. It condensed into a water sword and pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look and swept his long spear out. Bang! Bang! A loud boom was heard. The water swords were not shattered, but Lu Ming's body was affected by a huge force and he floated down. The force of water is indeed amazing, especially on the surface of this lake. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ha, Lu Ming, you're still trash if you haven't comprehended force. You're dead for sure today. Shui Hen laughed out loud. A combat sword as clear as autumn water appeared in his hand. As he swung the combat sword, the water on the lake was naturally driven, forming water pillars. Together with the sword qi, they blasted toward Lu Ming. What's so great about comprehending force? A cold smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth as he spoke indifferently. What's so great about it? Ha, you're just jealous, huh? Ah. Shui Hen's voice trailed off. That was because at that moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded with a light and sharp aura. Force, the force of the wind. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear shook and there seemed to be a gust of strong wind whistling out. As the spear swept out, a tornado seemed to have formed on the lake. Bang bang. The water pillar that Shui Hen had shot out was instantly dispersed, and the powerful spear momentum blasted towards Shui Hen. Shui Hen exerted all his strength and slashed with his sword, clashing with Lu Ming's long spear. Bang! Shui Liuhen's body was sent flying and he crashed into the lake, causing a huge splash. Shui Liuhen was sent flying into the lake. Behind him, the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School and the General Stars Hall all gasped and widened their eyes. For a moment, their figures slowed down. Voila! The lake water splashed everywhere, and traces of water rushed out of the lake, letting out an unbelievable roar. Wind force initial success. How could you possibly cultivate wind force to the initial success? He could sense that Lu Ming's wind force had reached the initial success stage and was shockingly powerful. As for his force of water, he had only just started. He did not know how far away he was from the initial success stage. Isn't it just momentum? What's so great about it? Is there a need to keep talking about it? Lu Ming said indifferently. Chapter 225, Chapter 225 Anchovy. Lu Ming's wind force had been improving rapidly during the 2 months in the Divine Wind Valley. Just a few days before he entered the Blood Ant's secret realm, his wind force finally broke through and reached the realm of small success. Force was a completely different matter from force, which had not reached the initial success stage. The difference was huge. Shui Hen's face turned red. Previously, he was extremely proud and looked down on Lu Ming with the attitude that he had comprehended the control force. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming gave him a tight slap in the face with an even stronger force. The things that he was proud of were not worth mentioning in Lu Ming's eyes. This dealt a serious blow to his self-confidence. Kill him. Let's kill him together. Lu Ming. Shui Hen roared in anger. He had to kill Lu Ming. Kill. More than 30 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School roared and ran on the lake, charging toward Lu Ming. It wasn't difficult for a 3rd-grade great martial master or above to walk on water. More than 30 people attacked at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. The surface of the lake was suddenly filled with violent waves that swept across like a tsunami. A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shook the demon-subduing spear. Suddenly dash. Chi, dozens of spear lights shot out. These spear lights, under the support of wind force, were shockingly fast and had a terrifying penetrative ability. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams rang out. In an instant, more than 10 young men from the 10 Directions Sword School were assassinated. Blood dyed the lake red. Kill. Lu Ming stepped into the air and rushed into the crowd like a tiger among a flock of sheep. He was invincible and took the lives of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect without restraint. Not far away, the students from the General Star Hall stopped and looked at this scene with pale faces. Isn't this Du Tianyun too ruthless? You really dare to kill the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School? Ruthless. This is a truly ruthless man. The throat of the students from the General Star Hall squirmed as they cried out in shock. Shui Lihan's face turned pale as he shouted, "Kill him." His figure, on the other hand, was rushing towards the flood dragon spirit fruit. "Shui Lihan, you're despicable," a disciple from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. Within the same sect, there was originally a lot of competition. Of course, they could not be so united. At this moment, Shui Lihan was the first to escape. He wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch the flood dragon fruit, but they naturally wouldn't allow it. "Let's go and snatch the flood dragon spirit fruit. The flood dragon fruit is mine." The remaining 10 Direction Sword sect disciples immediately abandoned Lu Ming and ran towards the flood dragon spirit fruit. "How can it be so easy to come and kill and leave as you please?" Lu Ming sneered. He pounced like an eagle and drew his long spear. 2 disciples from the 10 Direction Sword School screamed in pain as they were killed on the lake. The others were shocked. Lu Ming's feet touched the surface of the lake and his figure quickly chased after Shui Hen. At this moment, the stream of water was already approaching the flood dragon fruit. "Ha ha ha, the flood dragon spirit fruit is mine. As long as I pluck the flood dragon spirit fruit, hide at the bottom of the lake, and refine the flood dragon spirit fruit, then, that will be the day of Tianyun's death." A cold glint flickered in Shui Lihan's eyes. At the same time, he was excited. He reached out his hand and genuine qi gushed out. He was about to pick the serpent spirit fruit. Voila! At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly churned, and a giant claw covered in sharp thorns reached out from the lake and grabbed at the water trace. "What the hell is this thing?" Shui Han's expression changed. He slashed out his sword and hit the giant claw. Sparks flew and he was sent flying by the claw. "Detestable!" Shui Han roared in anger. He almost spat out blood when he saw the fat meat in his mouth disappear just like that. Walala! The surface of the lake churned, and another giant claw slapped out. The 2 disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School were caught off guard and were instantly smashed into meat patties. From then on, only 10 or so of the 30 or so disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School were left. They had suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! The lake water surged, and the thing under the lake was finally revealed. It was a monster that was dozens of meters long, covered in spikes, and had a long and sharp mouth. "Anteater? Could this be an anteater?" Someone shouted. This guy looked very similar to the anteater, and it was very likely. The blood ant secret realm bred a large number of blood ants, so it was normal for anteaters to feed on blood ants. However, this anteater was a little too big. The anteater appeared and let out a sharp cry. It paddled the lake water and pounced towards Shui Hen and the others. The shocking thing was that the lake water behind Lu Ming and the rest was surging and another anteater appeared. The 2 anteaters formed an encirclement and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Woo woo woo. More than a dozen spikes shot out from the anteater's body. The sharp spikes pierced through the air, making a terrifying whistling sound. A sharp spike shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his spear and flicked the spike away. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. The anteater's strength was extremely shocking. It's at least a class 9 level 3 demonic beast. Lu Ming made a judgment. He was able to strike away the spikes of the anteaters, but the others were not so lucky. The screams rose and fell. Tulavir people from both the General Stars Hall and the 10 Direction Sword School were killed in an instant, and blood dyed the lake. Go, quickly go. The remaining people from the General Stars Hall and the 10 Direction Sword sect turned pale with fright. They didn't care about the flood dragon spirit fruit and ran for their lives towards the shore. However, how could he escape so easily when 2 powerful demonic beasts, which were equivalent to 9th grade Great Martial Master realm, joined forces? A few more corpses were left behind. In the end, only 8 people from both sides managed to escape to the shore. Once they reached the shore, the anteaters stopped their pursuit. However, there was an exception, and that was Lu Ming. He didn't rush to the shore, but to the flood dragon's spirit fruit. As soon as he charged at the flood dragon's spirit fruit, the two anteaters became even more violent. They shrieked continuously and charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy. The giant claws covered in sharp spikes clawed at Lu Ming continuously. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming pushed his midair step to its maximum. He seemed to be weightless and was constantly flashing. One moment he was on the lake, the next moment he was in the air. Although the two anteaters tried their best to stop him, they could not stop Lu Ming from advancing. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the water below the flood dragon's spirit fruit. He grabbed the fruit and plucked it. This figure was actually Water Current Mark. He didn't rush to the shore just now, but took the opportunity to dive into the water. The cultivation technique he cultivated, in addition to the force of water, had a great advantage underwater. Ha ha ha, the flood dragon's spirit fruit is mine. Shui Lihan laughed wildly in his heart, but his face was filled with excitement. With a thought, he kept the flood dragon's spirit fruit into his storage ring. Just as he was about to dive into the water to escape, over a dozen extremely sharp spearlights stabbed at him. You want to take the flood dragon's spirit fruit? You wish. Lu Ming sneered. His body flashed and he closed in on Shui Luhen. Tianyun, you deserve to die. Water Current Scar bellowed. The two anteaters became furious when the flood dragon's spirit fruit was plucked. They twisted their bodies and shot out dozens of sharp spikes. The Water Current Mark's body moved and was about to enter the water. However, at this moment, a tail covered in spikes was pulled up from below him. It was the tail of an anteater. Tianyun, get lost. The water current had no way to retreat. It could only rush up and slash out with its combat sword. Many swords of water condensed and slashed at Lu Ming's spear radiance. Chapter 226, the fourth stage of the True War Dragon Technique. Although the water current trace was powerful, it could not be compared to Lu Ming. The sword of water that he had conjured and the sword chi that he had slashed out were shattered by Lu Ming's spear gleam. Pft, pft, pft. A few wounds appeared on Shui Liuhen's body and blood flowed out. Arg! Shui Hen screamed as he tried his best to avoid the anteater's attack. However, Lu Ming's long spear arrived in an instant. Bang! The water current was like a leather ball as it was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood along the surface of the lake. He let out a shrill scream. Half of his body had almost exploded, and one of his arms was missing. Lu Ming took a step forward, his eyes filled with killing intent as he chased after them. No, Tianyun, you can't kill me. I'm the top genius of the 10 Direction Sword School. If you kill me, you won't have a good end either. Shui Hen was almost scared out of his wits as he screamed. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm and he was unmoved. Tianyun, let me go. I beg you to let me go. If you want the flood dragon fruit, I'll give it to you. Shui Luhen was almost in despair. If I kill you, the flood dragon fruit will also be mine. Lu Ming's voice was indifferent. The long spear turned into an electric light and shot out. I'm not afraid. Lu Ming. Shui Hen shouted. But just as he shouted, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his throat. Water Current Mark, dead. Lu Ming's essential chi gushed out and he sucked Shui Liuhen's storage ring over, storing it in the Supreme Shrine. Of course, Shui Liuhen's blood essence was also devoured. At that moment, the two anteaters charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, avoiding the two anteaters' attacks and sprinting toward the shore. Not good, let's go. On the shore, the remaining 10 Direction Sword Sect disciples turned pale with fright and turned to run. Even Shui Luhen had been killed. If they stayed, wouldn't they be courting death? Let's go. There were also a few students from the General Star Hall, some of whom were even the top 10 experts of the outer hall. However, they were looking at Lu Ming with horrified gazes. They did not dare to stay any longer and turned to run away. They were afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy and kill them. Lu Ming rode on the waves. No matter how the two anteaters attacked, they could not touch a single hair on his body. It's a pity there are two of them. If there was only one, I would like to fight it. Lu Ming muttered. With his current combat strength, he really wanted to fight with them. However, since there were two of them, he decided to forget about it. He didn't want to waste time. Lu Ming leaped across the lake and collected the storage rings of the disciples of the Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the students of the General Star Hall. At the same time, he devoured their blood essence. I'm done playing with you guys. After he was done looting, Lu Ming let out a long laugh. His figure shot up into the sky like the wind, hundreds of meters high. He stepped on the air and arrived at the shore. The two anteaters shrieked, but they didn't give chase. After that, Lu Ming turned around and left. After traveling 50 miles, he stopped. He clenched his fist in the air and a storage ring appeared in his hand. This storage ring was Shui Liuhan's. Lu Ming could not wait to look at it. Indeed, the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit was lying quietly in the storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit appeared in his hand, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming took a whiff and felt that the true energy in his body seemed to be running faster. What a powerful medicinal effect! Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Then, without hesitation, he swallowed the Flood Dragon Spirit Fruit and began to refine it. The Serpent Spirit Fruit's energy was extremely terrifying. The moment it was swallowed, it turned into a huge amount of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Lu Ming circulated the True War Dragon technique and cultivated it with all his might. Lu Ming was charging towards the fourth stage of the True War Dragon technique with all his might. Originally, breaking through to the fourth level would require 6 extremely precious natural treasures and more than a dozen supplementary materials. However, there was no need for that now. A Flood Dragon Fruit was enough. With the refinement of the Flood Dragon Fruit, the true chi of the True War Dragon technique was constantly condensed and rich. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body trembled and he opened his eyes. He could not help but let out a long roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Fortunately, it was in the Supreme Shrine. If it were outside, the news would definitely spread for dozens of miles. True War Dragon Technique, 4th Stage, Breakthrough. Lu Ming slowly raised his right hand and clenched it gently. The air in his palm was grasped by Lu Ming and a crackling explosion was heard. His true chi is rich and condensed. It's 5 times that of a normal martial artist. So strong. Feeling the surging essential chi in his body, Lu Ming had a satisfied smile on his face. Now, let's look at the harvest. Lu Ming took out a pile of storage rings. He did a quick calculation and found that there were a total of 42 rings. These were all storage rings left behind by geniuses who were 3rd grade Great Martial Master and above. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to the items inside. He opened them one by one and counted them. Finally, he sorted out all the items and piled them up in front of Lu Ming. There was a small pile of all kinds of spiritual herbs, but most of them were not very high grade. All kinds of elixirs were stored in jade bottles, and they were piled up in a large pile. They were definitely valuable. There were also various ores, materials from demonic beasts, spiritual weapons, etc. Lu Ming sorted them out and put them away. In addition, there were stacks of Esilavira notes, which added up to hundreds of millions of taels. This was a huge amount, and even if it was exchanged for spiritual crystals, it would be tens of thousands of pieces. What surprised Lu Ming the most was not these, but the spiritual crystals and the blood ant eggs. There were more than 80,000 spiritual crystals, which filled several big boxes. He also had 536 blood ant eggs. It was much more than what Lu Ming had received during this period. Ha ha ha, these resources are enough for me to use for a while. On the third platform, form a figure to fight with me. As your cultivation level increases, you will need more and more spiritual crystals. I don't have to worry about it for now. Lu Ming laughed heartily. On the third platform, he had to condense a figure with the same combat strength as himself. When Lu Ming was a first-grade Grand Master, he needed 9 spiritual crystals. However, as Lu Ming's cultivation level increased, the number of spirit crystals he needed also increased. He needed 18 for the second grade of the Great Master Realm, 36 for the third grade, and the number kept increasing. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 5th grade Grand Master Realm, he would need 144 pieces to condense that figure. This was too extravagant. One time, only 6 hours, and he already needed 144 pieces. As his cultivation level increased, he would need even more. How could an ordinary person afford it? In the past few months, Lu Ming had used up thousands of spiritual crystals to condense the figure to fight with him. Without the replenishment this time, Lu Ming would not be able to sustain for long with the spiritual crystals he had. It's still faster to rob others. It's much faster than working hard to obtain resources. Lu Ming sighed. Rob others? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, robbery. Since the people from the 10 Directions Sword School wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Ha, good, let's do that. I'll wait for them at the blood ant nest. After making up his mind, Lu Ming laughed and left the Supreme Shrine, heading towards the center of the blood ant's secret realm. Chapter 227, I'm robbing. 3 hours later, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate plain. At a glance, not a single blade of grass grew. In the middle of the plain, there was a huge pit with a radius of more than 100 meters. Standing on the edge and looking down, he found that there were densely packed caves in the pit. Occasionally, a few blood ants could be seen crawling in and out. This was the blood ant nest. Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside the big pit, waiting for the others to arrive. Only 3 days had passed, and there were still 7 days before the closing of the blood ant's secret realm. Lu Ming cultivated while he waited. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, no one came. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He knew that in the first 7 to 8 days, everyone would be in other places, looking for opportunities and killing blood ants. They would only rush to the blood ant nest in the last 2 days to try their luck. In a swamp, the corpses of blood ants lay there. The blood ant eggs in their abdomens had all disappeared. Let's go to the blood ant nest. A young man with a cold and arrogant expression rushed out of the swamp and towards the blood ant nest with more than a dozen young men behind him. A long howl came from a mountain peak. Let's go to the blood ant nest. Then, dozens of figures leaped in the direction of the blood ant nest. In a huge valley, more than 10 students from the General Stars Hall were surrounded by more than 30 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School. Shifang Sword School, do you really have to be so ruthless? A student from the General Star Hall let out a desperate roar. Nonsense. I've already said that I'll kill anyone who meets your General Star Hall. Kill. There was no suspense at all when the 30 or so young experts of the 10 Directions Sword School surrounded and killed the 10 or so students of the General Stars Hall. Not long after, there were a dozen or so more corpses in the valley. What bullshit General Stars Hall. They're just a motley crew. It's a pity that we didn't encounter that Tianyun, or we'd have been able to obtain Elder Chiu Wuji's reward. A young man with a majestic figure sneered. Senior Brother Gao, Tianyun is lucky. If he had met you, he would have been crushed by you within 10 moves. I wonder which senior brother has the luck to meet Tianyun. That's right, that's right. However, from what I can see, that Tianyun must have found a place to hide. As long as he can hide until the secret realm closes and rush out at the last moment, he'll be safe. It's safe. Even if he doesn't die in the Blood Ant's secret realm, we can still kill him when we get out. At the side, the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School started to flatter him. Senior brother Gao couldn't even close his mouth from laughing. After a while, he said, "Alright, that Tianyun is pretty capable. Even I would have to spend some effort to deal with him. I'll need at least a dozen moves. Let's set off for the Blood Ant nest now. That's where the great opportunities lie. Let's go." After that, they also headed towards the Blood Ant nest. In a forest, a shocking sword chi swept across the sky. More than a dozen huge blood ants were cut in half by a single sword chi. Among them, there was even a blood ant of class 7 level 3. A figure appeared. It was Yang Zitian. His eyes were like lightning, and his aura was terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a large string of blood ant eggs flew into his hand. "It's been so many days and I've finally made a breakthrough. Now, it's time to go to the blood ant nest. I'm going to empty it and get a lot of blood refinement pills to accumulate a lot of blood chi. In the future, I'll definitely be able to awaken a king-class bloodline and trample the 6 heroes of the scorching sun under my feet." Yang Zitian's eyes were full of arrogance and confidence. Then, in a flash, he headed towards the blood ant nest. Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged beside the blood ant nest, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. In the distance, more than a dozen figures were rapidly approaching. "Finally, someone's here." Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. There were a total of 12 people, and it was obvious that they were disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. In a short while, the 12 of them approached the blood ant nest. "What's that?" "Tianyun." When the 12 of them saw Tianyun, their expressions changed slightly and they stopped. They didn't get close, instead, they were a little afraid. There were not many powerful people among them. They had also seen Lu Ming's combat strength. They were definitely no match for him. "Tianyun, so you've been hiding here all this time. You really know how to pick a place. No wonder so many of my 10 Directions Sword School disciples couldn't find you." A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. "Hiding here?" Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. "I guess so. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Now, hand over your storage rings." "What? You want us to hand over our storage rings?" The Tulavir disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were all stunned. "Nonsense, don't you understand human language? I'm robbing you, hand over your storage rings and you can live. Otherwise, you'll stay here forever." Lu Ming said coldly. "Tianyun, how dare you? We're not looking for trouble with you, and you're thinking of robbing our storage rings? How dare you?" The Tulavir disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were in disbelief. Lu Ming had been waiting here to rob them. How could he dare to do this? Bang! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on them. He made his move immediately. His figure was like a flash of lightning, instantly appearing above the Tulavir people. With a shake of the demon-subduing spear, it turned into Tulavir's spear shadows, blasting at the Tulavir people. "Tianyun, don't think that we're afraid of you. Let's join forces and kill him." The Tulavir of them roared and attacked together. Tulavir attacks were launched at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! A loud boom was heard and the ground cracked. The Tulavir people screamed in pain. Half of their bodies were stuck in the ground. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Even though there was no one among the Tulavir who had comprehended force, they were still far superior to ordinary martial artists. However, when the Tulavir of them joined forces, they were as weak as babies in Lu Ming's hands. They could not resist at all. One move and he was already half dead. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 5th grade Great Martial Master realm, and his true War Dragon technique had broken through to the 4th stage. In addition, the demon's subduing spear weighed more than 10,000 pounds. The strength of a casual spear was shocking, and it was not something that ordinary people could block. And now? Are you going to hand over the storage ring or not? Lu Ming looked down at the Tulavir young men from the 10 Directions sword sect. We'll pay. The Tulavir young men shouted in succession. They took off the storage rings in their hands and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept it with a smile and waved his hand. Get lost. The Tulavir of them felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They struggled to climb out of the ground and fled into the distance. Lu Ming did not really want to kill all the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School. If it was necessary, he could kill a small portion of them to intimidate them. If he really killed all of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School, the higher-ups of the school would most likely be furious and go crazy, wanting to kill him at all costs. This was not what Lu Ming wanted right now. After all, he did not have the ability to fight against the entire Omnipresent Sword sect. After putting away the Tulavir storage rings, Lu Ming was about to continue sitting cross-legged. From another direction, 2 figures were approaching at high speed. It's really a waste of effort to find it after searching high and low for it. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. These 2 people were Bai Qi and a green-robed young man. Chapter 228. Chapter 228 Scared out of his wits. Bai Qi and the young man in green were smiling. During this period of time, they had worked together to secretly hunt down blood ants. In addition, the 2 of them were originally the top 10 experts of the General Star Hall's outer hall and were very powerful, so their harvest was quite good. In the meantime, they even encountered an ant nest, which they cleared out. Moreover, as long as they encountered disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School, no matter how strong or weak they were, they would stay far away, so they didn't encounter any danger. Ha, the blood ant eggs we've collected this time are enough to exchange for a lot of blood refinement pellets. In the future, we'll definitely be able to awaken a powerful second bloodline. At that time, the General Star Hall will be the world of the 2 of us. The green-robed youth laughed. That's right. That Tianyun actually wanted to kill me. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. He actually challenged all the experts of the 10 Directions Sword School. I think he would have been killed by the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School long ago. Bai Qi's eyes revealed a ferocious look. We're about to reach the blood ant nest. We'll observe in secret and wait for the others to attack. There's someone in front. As the green-robed young man was speaking, he suddenly froze and looked ahead. Someone's there. Bai Qi also looked over, and his expression changed drastically. He was so scared that he almost peed himself. Tianyun, why aren't you dead yet? Bai Qi let out a sharp cry. You're not dead yet, so how could I die? Lu Ming got up and looked at Bai Qi coldly. Go, quickly go. Bai Qi's entire body trembled. He let out a low roar and ran back. However, the green-robed young man's reaction was even faster than Bai Qi's. He had already turned around and ran away. Bai Qi, I said I would kill you. Do you think you can escape? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He took a step forward and chased after Bai Qi like the wind. Ah! Bai Qi shouted. He felt his feet shaking and his body turning cold. He ran forward with all his strength. Wait for me. Bai Qi shouted. The green-robed young man was faster than him. Why would the green-robed young man pay attention to him? Outside the blood ant's secret realm, he had also targeted Lu Ming. Now, he was also scared to death. Why would he stop? Bai Qi felt a chill down his spine and his scalp went numb. He felt as if death was approaching him. Escape. I must escape. I can't die. Bai Qi roared. However, Lu Ming was getting closer and closer to him. At this time, dozens of figures suddenly rushed over from the distance. They were all disciples of the Shifang sword school. Baiqi's eyes brightened and he was overjoyed. His speed seemed to have increased a little and he ran towards the people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect at full speed. He shouted, "Brothers from the 10 Directions Sword Sect, Tianyun is here. Tianyun is here. He killed a disciple from your 10 Directions Sword Sect." Regardless of whether Lu Ming had killed him or not, he had to say that Lu Ming had killed him. Only then could he escape. Tianyun. There were more than 30 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School in front of them, and the one leading them was Senior Brother Gao. He was stunned for a moment, then revealed a cold killing intent and roared, "It's Tianyun. Ha ha ha. I've finally found him." Immediately, he dashed toward Lu Ming. "Ha, Senior Brother Gao is so lucky." The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect laughed and followed. Seeing the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect coming, Lu Ming was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He was no longer in a hurry to kill Baiqi and slowly walked forward. Buzz! Buzz! In a flash, the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect surrounded Lu Ming. Who? Baiqi was ecstatic and let out a long breath. "Brat, you may be from the General Star's Hall, but since Tianyun wants to kill you, I'll protect you. Stand still." Senior Brother Gao gave Baiqi a glance and ordered. "Yes, yes." Baiqi nodded repeatedly, but he laughed in his heart, "Tianyun, the heavens have not forsaken me. Right now, the one who will die is you." Senior Brother Gao looked away from Baiqi and turned to Lu Ming with a cold killing intent. "Tianyun, you've been hiding from me for so many days. In the end, you're still going to die by my hands. Remember my name, I'm Gao Tianque. Gao Tianque, right? Very well, now, I declare that this is a robbery. Hand over all your storage rings." Lu Ming pursed his lips. "What? What did you just say? A robbery?" Gao Tianque shouted, thinking that he had misheard. "Nonsense. Hand over your storage ring or you'll stay here forever." Lu Ming said coldly. "Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I think you've gone mad. I'm going to wake you up right now." Gao Tianque laughed. Thump. Then, he took a step forward, and the earth rumbled. A powerful and heavy aura emanated from Gao Tianque's body. It was as if a mountain was standing there. Force, the force of a mountain. Die. A huge sword appeared in Gao Tianque's hand. He strode toward Lu Ming like a mountain. "Tianyun is dead." A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School sneered. But the next moment, they were all stunned. Boom! A scorching and destructive aura rose from Lu Ming's body. A scorching aura gushed out, and the temperature within a 100-meter radius rose rapidly. Boom! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. It was like a shooting star falling from the sky and crashing into a mountain. The mountain crumbled. Gao Tianque let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a rubber ball. The entire place quieted down. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Senior Brother Gao, you lost?" He was defeated in one move. How is this possible? The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School said in a daze. Not far away, Baiqi's pupils contracted sharply and his face showed disbelief. The force of fire. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He found it hard to accept. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. The aura on his body exploded and pressed down on the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect. Not good, let's attack together. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect shouted. Landslide. Lu Ming said softly. The demon-subduing spear glowed and condensed into a huge spear that was as thick as a water tank and 100 meters long. The huge spear pressed down, and a terrifying shock wave blasted down and exploded in all directions. Screams and roars sounded. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were sent flying like rubber balls and fell all over the place. Only 2 people were still standing there. Bai Qi and the green-robed young man. At this moment, Bai Qi's face was deathly pale. His body and lips were trembling non-stop, and his eyes were filled with fear. How can he be so strong? How can he be so strong? He muttered to himself in disbelief. Initially, he was overjoyed when he ran into the disciple of the omnidirectional sword school. He thought that he was saved and that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He could not kill Lu Ming at all. However, he had never dreamed that the 30-odd disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School, including the top geniuses who had comprehended force, would be so easily defeated by Lu Ming. How did this happen? Now, let's see who can save you. Lu Ming walked toward Bai Qi step by step, a mocking smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Don't kill me. Bai Qi shouted. He didn't have the courage to fight back. Don't kill you. Hee, you're really naive. Tell me, if you can give me a reason why I won't kill you, I won't kill you. Lu Ming sneered. Chapter 229. Chapter 229. Are you worthy? I. Bai Qi only said, I, and could not continue. Previously, outside the Blood Ant's secret realm, he had repeatedly targeted Lu Ming and deliberately pushed the blame of the omnidirectional sword sect hunting down the students of the General Stars Hall to Lu Ming, causing the people of the General Stars Hall to not hide the truth from Lu Ming. Just now, he had incited the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect to kill Lu Ming. The reason why Lu Ming did not kill him? He couldn't even think of one. It seems like you didn't. Then go to hell. Lu Ming said coldly. Don't kill me. Suddenly, Bai Qi kneeled down and cried, Tianyun, please spare my dog life. In the future, no matter what you want me to do, I'll agree to it. From now on, I'll be your slave, and you can order me around. Be my slave. Are you even worthy? Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. A powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed toward Bai Qi and the young man in green. Bai Qi felt like he was being crushed by a mountain, and it became difficult for him to breathe. Ah, it's not that easy to kill me. At this moment, the young man in the green robe roared and burst out with all his strength, rushing toward Lu Ming. He wanted to trade his life for a chance of survival. But how was that possible? Whoosh! The dazzling spear pierced through the air and went through the green-robed youth's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and the red and white matter splattered all over Bai Qi's face. Bai Qi screamed in fear. At this moment, he felt hopeless and helpless. The green-robed young man was more powerful than him, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. He did not even have the courage to resist. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I was wrong. Bai Qi shouted hysterically. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not someone he could offend. It's all Bai Long's fault. It's all his fault. Why did we have to provoke this monster? It's all his fault. Bai Qi roared in his heart. He was blaming everything on Bai Long. If not for Bai Long, how would he have offended Lu Ming? What trash, you've really dirtied my hands. Lu Ming muttered. Yes, killing me would be dirtying your hands. Yes, you're right. Bai Qi seemed to have grabbed onto the last life-saving straw as he yelled out. But, if I don't kill you, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming muttered again, his voice exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Don't. Just as Bai Qi was about to shout, a ray of spear light flashed and disappeared into Bai Qi's forehead. Bai Qi, dead. Now, it's time for you to hand over your storage rings, right? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect. The faces of the disciples from the omnipresent sword sect turned pale. They had witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength and ruthlessness with their own eyes. However, they were disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School and were usually high and mighty. Now, they were actually going to hand over their storage rings. This was simply a great humiliation. Tianyun, if you do this, the 10 Direction Sword sect will not let you off. Someone shouted. Looks like I'm not going to hand it over. Then I'll come and take it myself. Lu Ming sneered and his figure flickered like a ghost. The disciple from the omnipresent sword sect was already severely injured by Lu Ming. He had no way of resisting and had his storage ring removed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming casually grabbed and threw the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect. They were thrown up and fell heavily to the ground. Then, the second one was stacked on top, and it got higher and higher like a human pyramid. The last one was Gao Tianhua. After Lu Min removed his storage ring, Lu Ming gave him a kick and he flew high into the air, landing on top of more than 30 Shifang sword sect disciples. More than 30 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were stacked up to a height of more than 10 meters. Lu Ming moved his body and appeared at the highest point. He stepped on Gao Tianhua's body and waited. The 30 or so disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School roared in anger, but it was of no use. A moment later, Lu Ming raised his head and looked into the distance. Finally, it's here. Lu Ming muttered. In the distance, many figures were leaping and approaching at an extreme speed. There were more than 200 people. The 10 Direction Sword sect had sent all the remaining people from the Star Hall to the Blood Ant Nest. The figure flickered, and soon, he was nearby. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. That's my Shifang sword sect's junior brother. Damn it, how did they lose to Tianyun? Damn it. How could Tianyun treat them like this? Damn it. The eyes of nearly 200 disciples from the omnipresent sword school turned red when they saw this scene. Cold killing intent emanated from their bodies as they glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. In another direction, more than 20 students from the General Star Hall were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Isn't this Tianyun a little too overbearing? Tyrannical, I think he's looking for death. We'd better stay away from him. The students of the General Stars Hall were discussing. Brother Tianyun. Ming Cheng was among them. He shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. Brother Ming, stay away from me and just watch the show. Lu Ming smiled at Ming Cheng and waved his hand. Ming Cheng could not help but stop in his tracks. It was as if Lu Ming's words had a magical power that he could not reject. Even he did not realize it. Tianyun, move your stinky feet and let go of my Shifang sword sect's senior brothers. Tell me, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack an expert from my 10 Directions sword school? Damn it, you'll die 10,000 times for your behavior, you know? The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School continued to shout. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He called out for a while and slowly stopped. I told them to hand over their storage rings, but they didn't. That's why they ended up like this. Now, hand over all your storage rings, or else, you'll end up like this. At this moment, Lu Ming's calm voice spread throughout the entire venue. What? The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect were stunned. The students of the General Stars Hall were also stunned. Tianyun was robbing the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Crazy, Tianyun had gone crazy. Everyone roared in their hearts. Tianyun actually wanted to rob nearly 200 people from the 10 Directions Sword sect by himself. If he wasn't crazy, what was? Tianyu, it seems like you've been hiding for a few days. You've really gone mad. But no matter what, you're dead for sure today. A thin and tall figure walked out from the crowd of people from the 10 Directions Sword sect. He exuded a powerful aura. Lu Ming recognized this person. He was one of the 6 people from the 10 Directions Sword sect who had comprehended force. Buzz! Buzz! With a flash, another two young men walked out. Their auras were no weaker than the thin and tall young man's. The two of them had also comprehended force. The three of them glared at Lu Ming with killing intent, ready to attack at any moment. Don't be careless. This person's combat strength is not to be underestimated. You'd better join forces and kill him. Gao Tianque, who was at Lu Ming's feet, shouted. The expressions of the people from the 10 Directions sword sect changed. They initially thought that Lu Ming had used some despicable means to hurt Gao Tianque and the rest. However, it seemed that things were not that simple. Could Lu Ming really be that powerful? The three leaders hesitated. Chapter 230, Fighting 200 People Alone. Tian Yun is despicable and shameless. He deserves to die 1,000 times. He's the person that Elder Qiu Wuji wants to kill. Let's attack together and kill him. The tall and thin youth waved his hand and shouted. All right, let's attack together. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. More than 200 people unsheathed their swords, and terrifying sword chi gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was extremely terrifying. The ground made a series of cracking sounds as sword marks appeared. In the distance, the faces of the people from the General Stars Hall changed drastically. The combined force of nearly 200 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School was too astonishing. Even a 9th grade great martial master would have to retreat. Tian Yun is too arrogant. He's just reaping what he's sown. Someone in the General Star Hall said. Brother Tian Yun. Ming Qing roared, very worried. Ha ha ha, if you want to attack, then attack. Stop talking so much nonsense. Let me see if the 10 Directions Sword School is a bunch of trash. Lu Ming laughed heartily. You're looking for death. Attack and kill him. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, more than 50 sword chi beams shot up into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying power. More than 50 sword auras completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze was calm and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed. His body exuded a sense of agility and extreme speed. He took a step in the air and instantly, a series of afterimages appeared in the air. It was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. The 50 sword chi only hit his afterimages. None of them hit the real Lu Ming. Wind force, it's the wind force. Someone from the 10 Directions Sword Sect shouted. So he has comprehended the force of the wind. No wonder he is so arrogant. Everyone, attack together and seal off all retreat paths. Even if he has comprehended the force of the wind, he will still die. The tall and thin youth roared. However, no one noticed that the more than 30 people who had been folded into arhats by Lu Ming had widened their eyes in shock. Wind force? Just now, Lu Ming had clearly used the force of fire when he attacked them. Now, he actually used the force of wind. Could he have comprehended 2 types of shi? They felt that it was inconceivable. A great martial master at such a young age had actually comprehended 2 types of shi. What kind of monster was this? Not good, he has not only comprehended the force of wind, but also the force of fire. Gao Tianque roared. What? The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were all stunned. He even comprehended the force of fire. How was that possible? Gao Tianque must have been beaten silly. At the great martial master realm, being able to comprehend a type of force was already a rare genius, 1 in 10,000. As for comprehending 2 types of shi, how was that possible? There weren't many martial ancestor realm cultivators who comprehended 2 types of shi, right? They were sure that Gao Tianque must have been beaten silly. However, in the next moment, they felt that they were stupid. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from Lu Ming's body like a volcano. This was another kind of force, the force of fire. This. The eyes of the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect almost popped out of their sockets, and they were all tongue-tied. Lu Ming had really comprehended 2 types of force. How was this possible? Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice like thunder. His body moved and he rushed towards the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect. With the combination of wind and fire, his battle strength skyrocketed. Let's attack together, let's attack together. Even if he has comprehended 2 types of shi, so what? After all, he's only one person. If we attack together, we can definitely kill him. Let's attack together. Boom! Boom! Rays of sword qi rose up, and there were a total of 200 rays of sword qi. It was extremely terrifying. Landslide. Lu Ming let out a long howl and held the spear with both hands. A huge spear ray that was 100 meters long formed. The spear was so fast that it seemed to be real, like a real spear. Around the spear radiance, there were burning flames and a strong wind. The wind helped the fire burn more vigorously, like a fire spear. Boom! The huge spear light exploded down with a terrifying vibration. Kill! Kill! Nearly 200 disciples of the omnipresent sword school roared and their dazzling sword qi slashed toward Lu Ming. The spear radiance and the sword qi collided, causing a violent boom. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in circles, forming gusts of strong wind. The ground looked as if it had been plowed, and deep ravines appeared, extending for hundreds of meters. The center of the collision between the spear radiance and the sword qi was blasted into a pit that was more than 10 meters deep and more than 30 meters wide. How is Tianyun? He should be killed by now, right? In the distance, the people from the General Star Hall looked at the dust-filled scene and guessed in their hearts. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, they were stunned. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stood proudly. His body exuded a strong fighting spirit and he stood straight. What happened? There wasn't even a scar. On the other hand, some of the people from the 10 Directions sword school with lower cultivation, such as the 3rd and 4th grade Grandmaster realm, all had pale faces and blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Not only did Lu Ming not die, but he even had the upper hand. How was that possible? When nearly 200 people joined forces, even a 9th grade Great Master would have to retreat. Lu Ming had actually blocked it and even gained the upper hand. This was like a fantasy story. The nearly 200 people from the 10 Directions sword sect all had their eyes wide open in disbelief. Geniuses of the 10 Directions sword school, that's all you amount to. Today, leave behind your storage rings, or die. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the people from the omnidirectional sword sect. Join hands, don't split up. Someone shouted. However, it was too late. Lu Ming was like a tiger in a pack of wolvers, charging into the crowd of disciples from the omnidirectional sword school. With a sweep of his long spear, dozens of people were sent flying. They fell to the ground and blood gushed out. They could not resist Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's current combat strength was too powerful. He had a 5th grade Great Martial Master cultivation, the 4th stage of the true War Dragon technique, and his wind and fire force had reached the initial success stage. When combined, his combat strength was terrifying. The strongest of these youths was only at the peak of the 6th grade Great Martial Master realm, and they were no match for Lu Ming. Even the few youths who had comprehended force were the same. Bang! Bang! In just a few breaths, over 100 disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect had fallen to the ground. Everyone in the Star Hall was dumbfounded. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. This. He's a monster, a freak. Ming Cheng was also stunned and he roared in his heart. He thought that he had already thought as highly of Lu Ming as possible. However, in the end, he realized that he had still underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's ability far exceeded his imagination. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and moved unhindered. With one whip, a large number of disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School had their bone armor broken and fell to the ground. Even a genius who had comprehended force couldn't escape the fate of having his spine snapped in one strike. Run! The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. They were simply scared out of their wits. There was no way to resist at all. Their strength was on a completely different level. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar rang out, like rolling thunder. A figure was actually stepping on the void and rushing over at an extreme speed. It's senior brother Yang Zitian. Senior brother Yang Zitian is here. We're saved. A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted crazily. Chapter 231, Battling Yang Zitian. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were overjoyed because Yang Zitian had arrived. However, Lu Ming only took a casual glance and continued to attack. Bang! Bang! One by one, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect were sent flying. By the time Yang Zitian arrived, there were only a few left standing. Yang Zitian looked around gloomily. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? I heard you, but who do you think you are? Do I have to stop just because you tell me to? Lu Ming gave him a sidelong glance. Yang Zitian was stunned, and his face became gloomier. Lu Ming actually said that he was a nobody. Yang Zitian was so angry that he laughed and said, Tianyun, I've said before that you are my prey. At that time, I was just saying it casually. But now, you're dead. There's no way you can live. Does the Shifang Sword School have the same strategy? You say that I'm dead the moment you see me, but you all end up lying here. You'll be the same soon. Lu Ming sneered. Don't compare me to these trash. Yang Zitian said. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School had unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Zitian had called them trash in public, so of course, they felt uncomfortable. In my eyes, you're the same as them. You're all trash. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Audacious. Impudent. Yang Zitian shouted angrily, his killing intent extremely cold. He, Yang Zitian, had been a genius since he was born. Along the way, he had defeated his peers and was almost invincible. Now, Lu Ming actually said that he was trash. This was a great humiliation. He had to kill Lu Ming. Tianyun, you've succeeded. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll break all the bones in your body and feed you to the blood ants. Yang Zitian roared, and his aura burst out. Furthermore, it was constantly improving. Soon, he broke through the limit of the peak 6th grade Great Master Realm and entered the 7th grade Great Master Realm. 7th grade Great Master Realm. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. 7th grade Great Martial Master. Senior brother Yang Zitian has broken through to the 7th grade Great Martial Master Realm. Tianyun is dead for sure. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect shouted in ecstasy. Yang Zitian had always been a peerless genius, and he had suppressed his peers. With such a breakthrough in cultivation, his combat strength would also soar. Senior brother Yang Zitian, don't kill Tianyun so easily. I want to torture him. Not bad. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Tianyun, I saw it just now. To think that you've actually comprehended 2 types of Shi. That's truly astonishing. However, let me tell you this. Sure, in terms of quality, not quantity. Furthermore, no matter how much Shi there is, in the face of absolute power, it will still fall apart. Yang Zitian's eyes were like lightning, and his momentum was like a tiger. He took a step forward, and the earth rumbled. You talk too much nonsense. You're just finding excuses for your own incompetence. Lu Ming berated. I'm useless. Ha ha ha, you're looking for death. Yang Zaijian roared and unsheathed his combat sword. A hot aura burst out. Force, it was actually the force of fire. I'll let you see the true power of fire. Yang Zaijian let out a long howl and rushed toward Lu Ming, swinging his sword. The power of the fire wrapped around the sword qi and exploded with a shocking power. So it's the initial success of the force of fire. Lu Ming muttered. Your sure is only at the tip of the iceberg, while my sure is already at the small success stage. This is what essence is. Yang Zaijian roared with contempt. Earlier, Lu Ming's force had not been released at full force. He thought that although Lu Ming had comprehended two types of force, it was only a superficial understanding. How could Lu Ming be a match for him? Frog in the well. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Yang Zaijian was stunned, but the next moment, his face changed dramatically. This was because the force on Lu Ming's body was rising uncontrollably. First of all, his fire force had reached the small success in an instant, and it was still rising. Although it did not reach the great success in the end, it was still stronger than Yang Zaijian's force. Boom! A spear light shot out and collided with Yang Zaijian's sword qi. The two of them dissipated. How is that possible? How can your fire force be so strong? What's going on? Yang Zaijian roared in disbelief. Just now, he was still looking down on Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming had too much power but was not good at it. However, he immediately realized that Lu Ming not only had more, but he was also more astute than him. It was like he was slapping himself hard in the face. This is impossible. Then let's continue. Boom! Lu Ming's aura rose again. This time, it was wind force. It went all the way up, like a hurricane sweeping through the sky. Finally, Lu Ming's wind force had also rushed to the small success stage. Wind force small success, impossible, this is absolutely impossible, you're cheating, how could you comprehend two types of force to small success? Yang Zaijian was no longer calm, and he screamed hysterically. In fact, even his facial features were distorted. He had comprehended force at the 9th grade master realm, which was rare even in the 10 direction sword school. It was even rarer for a 6th grade great martial master to cultivate the force of fire to the small success stage. He had always been extremely proud and regarded the 6 heroes of the scorching sun as his goal. He did not put anyone in his eyes. But now, he suddenly realized that Lu Ming's talent was stronger than his by a large margin. This was hard for him to accept. Die, die. This Tianyun must die. In this world, there cannot be a genius who can surpass me. Yang Zaijian roared in his heart. Kill. Without any hesitation, he activated his blood meridian and charged at Lu Ming with all his might. Die. The sword qi was shocking and extremely hot. Yang Zaijian was definitely a peerless genius with extremely terrifying combat strength. At this time, his full-strength attack was shocking. Even an 8th grade great martial master would be killed in one move, and a 9th grade great martial master would have to retreat. However, he had encountered Lu Ming. The power of wind and fire combined and turned into a blazing flame spear light that shot into the sky. Boom! Lu Ming and Yang Zaijian collided, turning into a terrifying and scorching shock wave that swept in all directions. Not good, quickly retreat. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School all roared and retreated madly, not caring about their injuries. The people from the General Star Hall in the distance also revealed expressions of shock and retreated frantically. Boom! The huge shock waves hit the ground, creating deep pits. Kill! Kill! With two loud roars, the two figures collided again. From a distance, the two parties watched in shock. They saw two figures emitting a scorching aura colliding in the air and on the ground like two ancient giant beasts. Boom! Boom! After more than a dozen collisions, more than a dozen large pits appeared on the ground. It was like the end of the world. It was a good thing that they had been some distance away from the blood ant nest during their previous battle. Otherwise, the blood ant nest would have been destroyed. Even so, the blood ant nest was still disturbed, and blood ants crawled out one by one. Boom! There was another violent explosion, and a figure retreated quickly, being struck and sent flying. It was Yang Zitian. At this time, he was in a very sorry state, covered in blood and his hair disheveled. He was no match for Lu Ming. Tianyun, I want you dead. I want to kill you. I want to kill all your friends and family. Yang Zitian roared, pretending to be crazy. Chapter 232, Half Satisfied. Yang Zitian roared crazily, his killing intent was terrifying. He had actually been injured by Lu Ming, a student from the General Stars Hall who he had regarded as a motley crew. He could not accept the humiliation. All heaven soared. Yang Zitian roared, and his momentum reached its peak. A beam of sword light appeared out of thin air and suspended above Yang Zitian's head. It was extremely brilliant. A terrifying sword chi rippled out. The soil under Yang Zitian's feet was stirred up by the sword chi, like water waves. Earth-level sword technique. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was an earth-level sword technique. Earth-level sword technique, sword from the sky. Senior brother Yang Zitian has actually practiced it. What? This is an earth-grade martial skill. It's too terrifying. Tianyun's finished. Once this earth-grade sword technique is used, he's dead for sure. Senior brother Yang Zitian is so powerful. This is an earth-level martial skill. The people from the omnidirectional sword sect discussed excitedly. Some even laughed out loud, thinking that Lu Ming was dead for sure. They could finally vent their anger. Everyone from the General Star Hall was filled with shock and frustration. The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School were too strong, and they had no way of competing with them. The number one genius of the General Star Hall's outer hall had only just comprehended force. Compared to Yang Zitian, he was still far behind. Brother Tianyun. Ming Qing stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with worry. Tianyun, do you know the difference between us now? Tremble in front of me. Ha ha ha. Yang Zitian laughed crazily. In his mind, Lu Ming would definitely be shocked, then shocked, terrified, and finally desperate when he saw Yang Zitian performing the earth-level sword technique. Thinking of this, he felt very good. Unfortunately, he was only half satisfied when he couldn't continue. This was because Lu Ming's expression was calm, indifferent, and even a little disdainful. Yes, disdain. Yang Zitian's heart was filled with anger. His face began to twist and he roared, Tianyun, what's with that expression? What's with that expression? Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Ah, go to hell. Sky-covering sword, kill. Yang Zitian roared and swung his sword. The sword light suspended above his head slashed toward Lu Ming. Before the sword reached him, the terrifying sword intent had already enveloped Lu Ming. Do you think you're the only one who knows an earth-rank martial skill? Lu Ming muttered. His essential chi burst forth and he raised one hand to the sky and swung his palm. Human Dao palm. Buzz. The space seemed to shake. Then, a huge palm print appeared in the air. The handprint was 10 meters wide and its shape was no different from a human's palm, but it was slightly blurry. However, its power was extremely shocking. It was as if there was a king of humanity inspecting the universe, and an extremely powerful pressure pressed down on everyone. Earth-rank martial skill, another Earth-rank martial skill. How is that possible? How was that possible? The disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School shouted. They couldn't believe that all this was real. They wished they were dreaming. Ha ha ha, Tianyun, I knew it. This guy is a freak. Ming Qing laughed. How is that possible? How can you also cultivate an earth rank martial skill? Ah, break. Yang Zaiqian let out a roar of disbelief. He controlled the sword light and slashed at the palm of humanity. Boom. The palm print and the sword light collided. Heaven and earth trembled. Then, a shock wave burst out at the place where the palm print and the sword light met. Boom. 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 The earth trembled, and a huge crater over 100 meters wide and 20 meters deep was blasted into the ground where the palm print and the sword light met. Countless pieces of rock flew everywhere. Retreat. Be careful. The people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect and General Star's Hall were in chaos. They quickly retreated and waved their weapons to block. He retreated 1,000 meters before he stopped. Bang! In the sky, the light of the palm print brightened, while the light of the sword light quickly dimmed. In the end, the sword light exploded, and a figure screamed as he was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. It was Yang Zaiqian. He had been defeated and was lying in the big pit, coughing up blood. Cece Gu. The sound of gasps rang out. Lu Ming walked in the air, his black hair fluttering in the wind. His aura was demonic, and his body exuded a cold murderous intent. Tianyun, what are you trying to do? Don't mess around. Sensing the murderous intent from Lu Ming, Yang Zaiqian shouted in horror. I, Pingsheng, hate it the most when people threaten me with my family. Since you did that, your fate has already been decided. Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Step by step, he walked toward Yang Zaiqian. Don't you dare. I'm the peerless genius of the 10 Directions Sword School and the future pillar of the school. I'm someone who can become the overlord. If you kill me, the experts of the 10 Directions Sword School won't let you off. At that time, you'll die a miserable death. Yang Zaiqian struggled hard and shouted. That's my business, why do you need to worry? Lu Ming was unmoved. His killing intent grew colder. Yang Zaiqian was scared. He was really scared. He could tell that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me. You're crazy. You're crazy. Yang Zaiqian roared and rushed out of the pit, trying to escape. People Dao. Lu Ming said softly and waved his palm. A huge palm print formed in the sky and blasted toward Yang Zaiqian. No. Yang Zaiqian roared and burst out crazily. He wanted to resist, but it was to no avail. Boom. The palm print hit Yang Zaiqian directly into the ground, and another big pit appeared on the ground. The palm print dissipated, leaving only a lump of meat paste in the pit. Yang Zaiqian's body was smashed into pieces by the palm. Yang Zaiqian is dead. He was killed. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School widened their eyes in shock and stared at the scene. After a long time, someone reacted and shouted, Go, hurry up and go. This Tianyun is a madman. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure was like the wind. He stepped on the void and appeared above everyone's heads in a few steps. Who dares to run? Yang Zaiqian will end up like that. Lu Ming's cold voice spread throughout the entire venue. The disciples of the omnipresent sword sect could not help but stop and look at Lu Ming in fear. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to kill them as well? Tianyun, what are you trying to do? If you kill so many of our people, the higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword School will definitely go crazy. They'll do everything they can to kill you. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Someone from the 10 Directions Sword Sect shouted. Who said I was going to kill you? I only wanted to rob you. Alright, now hand over your storage rings. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? A robbery? Everyone from the 10 Directions sword sect was stunned. What's wrong? If you don't want to hand it over, I don't mind starting a massacre. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. The expressions of the people from the 10 Directions sword sect changed drastically. I'll pay. Finally, someone shouted and compromised. Chapter 233, In the Blood Ant Nest. What a joke. Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. He was so audacious that he even dared to kill Yang Ziqian, let alone them. If he were to be killed because of this, it would not be worth it. Someone took off his storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept it with his essential qi. Since someone took the lead, the rest could only follow suit and take off their rings, passing them to Lu Ming. However, there were also people who were reluctant to do so. They gritted their teeth in pain and were on the verge of tears. This storage ring could be said to contain all of his accumulated wealth. Who would be willing to hand it over like this? However, when Lu Ming's gaze turned to them, they were shocked. They gritted their teeth and took off their storage rings, handing them to Lu Ming with trembling hands. 185, 186. As Lu Ming kept them, he counted them. He felt so good that he could not even open his eyes. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect looked like they were about to cry. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Everyone in the General Star Hall looked at this scene in shock. Not long after, the last disciple from the 10 Directions sword sect handed the storage ring to Lu Ming, who put it away with satisfaction. Alright, you can get lost now. This blood ant nest is mine. I'll kill whoever I see. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect felt as if they had been granted amnesty, and they turned to run. In the blink of an eye, not a single one had run away. In the distance, countless disciples of the 10 Directions sword school growled, "Quick, let's find a place to recuperate and then hunt the blood ants. Otherwise, we'll lose everything we've invested." Damn it! That's my storage ring. Tianyun. That damned Tianyun. Once we leave the blood ant realm, I'll definitely kill him. Many disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect rushed into the distance with great resentment. They seized the time to heal their injuries and kill the blood ants. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned to the people from the General Star Hall. "Brother Mingcheng, how about exploring the blood ant nest with me?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "I can't ask for more." Mingcheng was overjoyed. "As for you guys, get lost immediately." After that, Lu Ming looked at the other students of the General Hall. These people weren't good people either. Just now, they just wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Tianyun, we're both from the General Stars Hall. You can't be so overbearing, right? He's going to occupy the blood ant nest alone. A student from the General Stars Hall said with an ugly expression. Nonsense, so what if I'm this overbearing? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Lu Ming berated. The young man was stunned. What a joke. Wasn't it courting death to exchange 2 moves with Lu Ming? Let's go. The others were helpless and could only turn around and leave. Soon, only Lu Ming and Ming Cheng were left in the place. Brother Ming, let's go. Lu Ming turned around and strode forward. When he arrived at the edge of the blood ant nest, he discovered that there were hundreds of blood ants crawling around. It was obvious that the battle just now had been too shocking and had completely alarmed the blood ants. As Lu Ming and Ming Cheng walked over, the blood ants let out a strange cry and pounced at them. However, the highest level of these blood ants was only 6th grade 3rd level. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? Soon, the ground was covered with the corpses of blood ants. The 2 of them then charged into the blood ant nest. In the blood ant nest, there were many intersecting passageways. The 2 of them didn't even need to identify the direction. They simply charged forward and killed as many blood ants as they could. An hour later, Lu Ming had already killed more than 200 blood ants and harvested more than 1,000 blood ant eggs. Ming City's harvest wasn't small either. They had around 200. The two of them went around and around, not knowing how far they had gone. Suddenly, the area in front of him opened up, and a huge underground cave appeared. The moment they arrived at the cave, the two of them were immediately stunned. Blood ant eggs. A large number of blood ant eggs were piled up in the cave. Each of them was red and translucent, like garbage. These were all shed by the blood ants. Blood ant eggs were not the eggs of the blood ant's offspring. Instead, they were energy crystals that contained powerful blood essence. How many of these blood ant eggs are there? Ming Cheng was dumbfounded. There should be at least tens of thousands of them, right? Lu Ming was also a little stunned. A burning light flashed in the eyes of the two. Squeak. At this time, a sharp cry was heard. The two of them then realized that there was a huge creature in the middle of the cave. It was a huge blood ant that was at least 10 meters tall. Its stomach was huge, and there were strings of blood ant eggs hanging on it. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. The mother ant. This was the mother blood ant. Just now, the two of them had been attracted by the countless blood ant eggs and had almost forgotten about the existence of the mother ant. The mother ant stared at the two of them with its huge eyes and let out a sharp cry. Whoosh! From the side of the cave, a loud sound of air being torn rang out. A strong and sharp force was coming towards Lu Ming. It was a blood ant, but it was as large as a water buffalo. Its entire body was fiery red, crystal clear, and bright like red jade. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming raised his gun and swept it. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood ant was forced back, but Lu Ming felt his body go numb and took a few steps back. What a powerful force! These are blood ants of class 9 level 3. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. Whoosh! At this moment, another blood ant rushed out from another cave on the other side of the cave. This blood ant was no smaller than the previous one, and it exuded a powerful aura. Brother Ming, you can leave first. Lu Ming said. All right. Ming Qing nodded without any hesitation, then turned around and ran toward the tunnel behind him. He knew that he had no way of fighting back against the 9th grade 3rd level blood ants. He would only be a burden to Lu Ming if he stayed. Now, let's have a good fight. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook the demon-subduing spear and let out a buzzing sound. He rushed out and attacked the blood ants. Boom! The demon-subduing spear shot out with the power of wind and fire, its might shocking. Bang! The long spear collided with the blood ant's claws, causing a violent tremor and a loud rumbling sound to echo in the cave. After this blood ant was forced back, the next one rushed up. The two 9th grade 3rd level blood ants joined forces and launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his cultivation to the maximum and activated the power of wind and fire to fight the two blood ants. Squeak! The mother ant shrieked and dragged its huge body as it charged at Lu Ming. Its long, sharp claws were like blades as it slashed at Lu Ming. Its power was shocking and was not any weaker than the two blood ants. Obviously, the queen ant also had the combat strength of a class 9 level 3. 3 blood ants with the combat strength of 9th grade 3rd level attacked Lu Ming at the same time, giving him immense pressure. Ancient shield. With a single thought, 3 ancient shields appeared around Lu Ming. After 2 months of hard work in the God Wind Valley, his ancient shield technique had reached the 3rd level, and he could now form 3 ancient shields. Clang! The blood ant's claws struck the ancient shield, making clanging sounds, but they couldn't break it. Chapter 234. Chapter 234. Take them all. The three ancient shields could be controlled and changed at will, blocking Lu Ming's entire body. With the protection of the ancient shield, Lu Ming stood in an undefeatable position. Kill! Lu Ming hollered. He focused on one blood ant and launched a storm of attacks at it. Ming Cheng, who was running through the blood ant nest, heard deafening rumbles from behind and smiled bitterly. This brother Tianyun is truly monstrous. I have to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, this blood ant nest will be destroyed. Ming Cheng ran out desperately. In the blood ant nest, Lu Ming's courage mounted as he fought. He didn't have to worry about himself at all and attacked with all his might. One blood ant was already suppressed. Puchi! The demon's subduing spear pierced through the blood ant's body, blasting a huge hole in its extremely hard shell. What a hard shell! Lu Ming sighed secretly. If he had not attacked with the power of wind and fire, he would not have been able to break through the blood ant's defense. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists below the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm to break through the defense of the blood ants. No wonder there were so many blood ant eggs in the blood ant nest all these years without being taken. Those who had entered were all martial artists below the 7th grade Great Master realm. Who could be a match for these blood ants? Even a genius like Yang Zitian, who had broken through to the 7th grade Great Martial Master realm, was no match for a few blood ants. At most, he would only plunder a little and then escape. Whoosh! Lu Ming thrust his spear again. It pierced through the blood ant's wound, all the way to the handle. The blood ant screeched and struggled madly. Die! Lu Ming shook his long spear and a powerful essential qi burst forth, rushing into the blood ant's body and crushing its internal organs. He finally killed a blood ant. Without any delay, Lu Ming charged at another one. A few minutes later. Bang! As the last mother ant fell to the ground, the three powerful blood ants were all killed by Lu Ming. Collect! Following that, Lu Ming began to plunder wantonly. Rays of light enveloped the blood ant eggs in the cave and kept them into his storage ring. Lu Ming did not count and he did not know how many he had collected. 2 minutes later, all the blood ant eggs in the cave had been collected. Ha, I'm rich now. Lu Ming could not help but grin and laugh. Then, he controlled his bloodline and devoured the blood essence of the 3 blood ants. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine and began to refine the blood essence. This refining process took more than a day, and all 3 blood ants' blood essence had been refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed from the 5th grade Great Martial Master to the early stage of the 6th grade Great Martial Master. The amount of energy required for cultivation has indeed increased. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was the blood essence of 3 9th grade 3rd level blood ants. It was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Furthermore, the blood essence of the blood ants was 1 or 2 times richer than that of ordinary demonic beasts. 3 9th grade 3rd level blood ants had only helped Lu Ming advance by 1 level. It was clear that the amount of energy Lu Ming needed was terrifying. Now that I'm a 6th grade Grandmaster, I'll need at least 20 class 9 level 3 demonic beasts, blood essence before I can advance. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Moreover, the level of his bloodline had not been upgraded yet. He did not know how much blood essence he would need to upgrade it to a 7th level bloodline. We can't let go of the corpses of these 3 blood ants. The shells on their bodies are rare refining materials. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the 3 blood ants' corpses into a storage ring. It's almost time for the mystic realm to close. Ming Cheng must be waiting anxiously outside. Let's go out quickly. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he ran outside. Soon, Lu Ming came out of the blood ant nest. As soon as he came out, he saw Ming Cheng pacing around anxiously. Brother Ming! Lu Ming shouted. Tianyun, you've finally come out. I thought that you'd been defeated by a few ants. Ming Cheng heaved a long sigh of relief and grinned when he saw Lu Ming. A few ants, How can they do anything to me? Lu Ming smiled. Then, he waved his hand and a storage ring appeared. Brother Ming, there are some blood ant eggs in here. I got them from the blood ant nest. Take them. Lu Ming said. No, this is something you obtained with your own strength. How can I accept it? Furthermore, I've already gained a lot by following you into the blood ant nest. Ming Qing waved his hands and refused firmly. Lu Ming gave him more but Ming Qing refused to accept it. Seeing this, Lu Ming did not insist. He put away the storage ring and headed to the exit of the secret realm with Ming Qing. The exit of the secret realm was on the easternmost mountain peak of the blood ant secret realm. Once the 10 days were up, the elders of the imperial family and the General Star Hall would work together to open an exit for them to leave. Outside the blood ant secret realm, a door of light appeared. Many figures appeared around the door of light, and they were all looking at it. There were people from the royal family and the 10 Direction Sword School, but there were many more people than 10 days ago. Moreover, some people were floating in the air. They were all martial arts grandmasters. On the side of the imperial family, Hua Qi was among them. At the very front were the red-haired elder and Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji looked at the members of the imperial family and sneered, "Eccentric Red, why did you send so many people here? Are you going to get even with us when you see that the people from the General Star Hall have been killed? Have a great battle with us? I'm just taking precautions. I'm afraid that the disciples of your 10 Directions Sword School will suffer losses in the Mystery Land and die inside. If that happens, you'll fly into a rage out of humiliation and try to harm the students of my General Stars Hall." The red-haired old man replied with a cold smile. Ha ha ha. Qiu Wuji laughed and said, "A disciple of my 10 Directions Sword School is at a disadvantage? Died in battle? With your General Stars Hall? Impossible, this can't be happening. Things are unpredictable." The red-haired old man said. "That's impossible. And I'm telling you clearly that killing is not forbidden in the blood ant secret realm. If my 10 Direction Sword School disciples really die in there, it's because they're weak." "What a joke," Qiu Wuji said calmly. "Remember what you said." The red-haired old man snorted. "Eccentric Red, you're so confident. Don't tell me that you think that Tianyun or whatever can pose a threat to the disciples of my 10 Direction Sword sect. I'm telling you, that's impossible. Right now, that Tianyun has already died at the hands of the heroes of my 10 Direction Sword sect." Qiu Wuji sneered. "Died at the hands of your 10 Direction Sword School's disciple? I don't think so." The red-haired old man said. "Not necessarily. All right. How about we make a bet? I have a piece of heavenly star mithril here. I heard that you have a cloud net fruit. How about I use the heavenly star mithril to bet on the cloud net fruit with you?" Qiu Wuji said. Many people were shocked. What? Heavenly star mithril, cloud net fruit. Such a big bet? A martial grandmaster expert exclaimed. Star mithril was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. It was a top 4th level material that could be used to refine 4th level spiritual weapons. The cloud net fruit was also a level 4 spiritual medicine, which could be used to refine level 4 elixir pills. The 4th grade materials and spiritual herbs were all items of the martial arts grandmaster level and were extremely precious. As for the star mithril and cloud net fruit, they were considered top-tier items among the level 4 items. Its value was no less than 100,000 spiritual crystals. Chapter 235. Why didn't you say so earlier? The red-haired old man muttered to himself. 100,000 spiritual crystals was an astronomical figure for warriors at the Grandmaster realm or even lower. However, it was much better for a Wu Zong. A martial grandmaster was also known as a grandmaster. In the Blazing Sun Empire, they were definitely considered a first-class expert. They belonged to the upper echelons. Compared to them, a martial grandmaster was far inferior, so their status was naturally extraordinary. However, 100,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount. Even a martial arts grandmaster would have to think twice. Eccentric Red, what's wrong? You don't dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, just say it, don't be stubborn. Qiu Wuji mocked. Who said I don't dare to bet? There are so many witnesses here, I hope you won't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Ha ha ha, you're the one I'm afraid of going back on your word. Eccentric Red, your cloud net fruit is mine. Qiu Wuji laughed heartily. He was 100% confident that he could win, because Yang Zetian was in the 10 Direction Sword School. He was very clear about Yang Zetian's strength. Yang Zetian had said that he wanted to kill Tianyun, so as long as Tianyun touched Yang Zetian, he would be dead. Everyone waited in silence. Half a beat later. Someone's coming out. Someone shouted. As expected, the door of light flickered, and figures appeared one after another. Soon, dozens of young men came out. They were all disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. The elders of the 10 Direction Sword sect, including Qiu Wuji, had calm expressions on their faces. All of this was within their expectations. However, they didn't notice that the disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School all had gloomy expressions. They continued to pay attention to the door of light. After that, the light door flickered non-stop, and people walked out of it. Soon, 200 people came out. They were all disciples of the Shifang Sword School. None of them were students of the General Star Hall. The faces of the red-haired elder, Hua Qi, and the other elders of the imperial family turned uglier and uglier. How is that possible? Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Hua Qi clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with worry. Ha ha ha, Eccentric Red, I think your General Star Hall has most likely been completely annihilated. You're going to lose for sure. Hurry up and hand over the cloud net fruit. Qiu Wuji laughed heartily. You fuck. The red-haired old man's expression was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Qiu Wuji, don't be too happy yet. The time is not up yet. No one knows the result until the last moment. Ha, Eccentric Red, you're really good at deceiving yourself. Alright, let's wait and see. Qiu Wuji sneered. Elder Qiu, let's go. At this moment, a disciple from the 10 Direction Sword sect wanted to say something. However, he was interrupted by Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji waved his hand and said, Alright, you've all done well this time. It's been hard on you, but not everyone is here yet. We'll talk about counting the blood and eggs later. Fuck. The young man wanted to continue, but Qiu Wuji's face darkened and he glared at him. He swallowed his words. At this moment, the door of light shone again, and more than 20 young men appeared. These 20-odd people were all from the General Star Hall. The red-haired elder and the others were overjoyed. I'm just lucky. I don't know where I hid, but I was lucky enough to survive. However, I don't know how many blood and eggs I obtained. I don't think I can't even make one blood refinement pill. Qiu Wuji laughed coldly. The red-haired elder and the others were silent. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. As time passed, a few more people came out. They were all disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. In the end, the 10 Direction Sword sect sent out about 280 people. This made Qiu Wuji and the others from the 10 Direction Sword School turn pale. The time was almost up, and the door of light was about to close. Once the door of light closed, they would not be able to open it. They could only wait for 3 years before they could open it. But at this time, there were still many people from the 10 Direction Sword sect who had not come out. More importantly, out of the 6 geniuses who had comprehended force, 2 had yet to come out. One of them was Yang Zetian. He's probably delayed while exploring the blood ant nest. Qiu Wuji consoled himself. Lu Ming. Hua Qi's eyes were wide open as he stared at the light door. Lu Ming had not come out yet. He was really afraid that there would be an accident. Time slowly passed, and it was getting closer and closer to the time when the door of light would close. However, no one came out. What's going on? What's going on? Qiu Wuji started to get anxious. The others were fine, but Yang Zitian hadn't come out yet. How could it be possible? Buzz! At this moment, the light door flashed slightly, and two figures appeared. Qiu Wuji, the red-haired elder, and the other elders of both sides stared at the scene. The outline of the two figures slowly became clear. Tianyun? How is that possible? Qiu Wuji howled in disbelief. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. The red-haired old man's eyes widened. Then, he became ecstatic and laughed out loud. The two people who came out later were naturally Lu Ming and Ming Cheng. Damn it, this Tianyun must have found a place to hide. I didn't see Yang Zitian or the other disciples. Damn it. Qiu Wuji growled in his heart. Ha, Qiu Wuji, Tianyun is still alive. You've lost. Hand over the mithril, and don't go back on your word. The red-haired old man said. Fuck. Qiu Wuji's face turned ugly. He really couldn't bear to do it, but he couldn't go back on his word in front of so many people. It's all this Tianyun's fault, why didn't he just go and die? He roared in his heart and blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, he still had no choice. He gritted his teeth and took out a fist-sized piece of Asilavira metal that was shimmering with starlight and handed it to the red-haired old man. This was the star mithril. The other martial arts grandmasters looked at the red-haired elder with envy. Ha, then I won't stand on ceremony. The red-haired old man laughed as he put it away. He then looked at Lu Ming. The more he looked at Lu Ming, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Why hasn't Yang Zitian come out yet? Qiu Wuji stared at the light door with a dark expression. Bang! Suddenly, the light door trembled violently and exploded with a bang. It turned into a rain of light and disappeared. How could this be? What about Yang Zitian? Why didn't he come out? Qiu Wuji roared. What happened? Why didn't Yang Zitian come out? There are so many other disciples. What happened? The other elders of the 10 Directions Sword School also roared in anger. Senior brother Yang Zitian is dead. Suddenly, a disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. The entire place fell silent. Qiu Wuji stared at this disciple with an ugly expression and shouted, What did you just say? Yang Zitian was dead? How did he die? Who in the Blood Ant's secret realm could kill him? Even when facing the Mother Ant, he was able to escape unscathed. How could he have died? Qiu Wuji bellowed as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He's really dead. Most of the disciples here saw it. The disciple shouted. Yes, Elder, Yang Zitian is really dead. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Qiu Wuji's face turned ashen and his eyes revealed a terrifying light. He stared at the disciple and shouted, Why didn't you say so earlier? Elder Qiu, I wanted to say it just now, but you didn't let me. The disciple said in an aggrieved manner. You win. Qiu Wuji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Old man, do you really think that the omnipresent sword sect is the ruler of the Blazing Sun Empire? I'm a member of the royal family, and you want to kill me for no reason. Do you have no respect for the 4 great sects and the royal family? Lu Ming shouted, using the 4 major sects and the imperial family to suppress him. For no reason. You killed my 10 Directions Sword School's disciples and even stole all of our storage rings. Don't you deserve to be killed? Qiu Wuji roared. Ha, what a joke. Let me ask you, does the Blood Ant secret realm not prohibit killing and plundering? Lu Ming questioned loudly. Qiu Wuji's expression darkened. He was unable to answer this question. Since killing and plundering are not forbidden, it is normal for me to kill your disciples and steal their storage rings. What right do you have to kill me? Furthermore, before I entered the Blood Ant secret realm, all the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they wanted to kill me. I fought back and killed them. Isn't that right? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he faced Qiu Wuji fearlessly and questioned him loudly. Qiu Wuji's expression was ugly, and the others from the 10 Directions Sword sect did not say anything. Lu Ming was right. Nothing was forbidden in the Blood Ant secret realm. Killing and plundering were the main theme of the Blood Ant secret realm. What a sharp-tongued little thing. So what? Let me tell you, even if the disciples of my Shifang Sword School want to kill you, you have to let them kill you. You can't resist. If you resist, you'll die. Qiu Wuji said coldly. He was overbearing, direct, and unreasonable. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to say anything. This old man was simply shameless. He was extremely shameless. Qiu Wuji, you're so fucking shameless. Only about 20 people from my General Stars Hall came out, and the rest were killed by your 10 Directions Sword School. According to what you said, you're allowed to kill my General Stars Hall's people, but I'm going to kill them. Alright, then in the future, you guys can go back to the 10 Square Mountain. I will mine the Blood Ant secret realm alone. The red-haired old man roared. You guys want to mine alone? In your dreams. It's more like the other way around. An old man from the 10 Directions Sword sect sneered. Eccentric Red, get lost. I'll definitely kill Tianyun today. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you as well. When the army of my 10 Directions Sword sect arrives, the imperial family will be annihilated as well. Qiu Wuji's voice was cold and overbearing. How audacious! Hua Qi shouted. Qiu Wuji actually said that he wanted to destroy the imperial family. Qiu Wuji, your Shifang Sword sect is full of wild ambitions. We will kill you all. The red-haired old man roared. Qiu Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't help but regret saying those words in a moment of anxiety. Even if the 10 Directions Sword sect had such ambitions, they couldn't say it out loud. Or rather, it wasn't the time to say such things. Qiu Wuji, come. Let's fight. We won't rest until one of us is dead. The red-haired old man strode forward like a lion. His hair and beard were all standing up, and he was obviously extremely angry. I'm going to protect Tianyun today. Whoever wants to kill him, kill me first. Hua Qi took a step forward, his voice cold and firm. Chapter 237, An Amazing Harvest. Hua Qi was extremely powerful. He stepped forward and a few martial ancestor realm elders from the royal family followed closely behind him. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies. Damn it, he's really looking for death. Qiu Wuji roared in his heart, but he did not make a move. Right now, it was not yet time for the 10 Directions Sword sect to fall out with the imperial family. Hua Qi was the true prince, the 8th son of the current emperor. If he killed Hua Qi as well, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the imperial family. At that time, the 4 great sects would join forces to attack the 10 Directions Sword sect, and the 10 Directions Sword sect would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, there were many experts from the imperial family this time. Even if he wanted to make a move, he wasn't confident. Good, very good. 8th Prince, you're determined to go against the 10 Directions Sword School. I hope you don't regret it. Also, do you think that you can protect Tianyun like this? You're so naive, just you wait. Qiu Wuji roared in anger. He waved his hand and left with the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. The faces of the people from the 10 Directions Sword School were all gloomy and extremely ugly. This trip to the Blood Ant secret realm could be said to be a complete defeat. Although they had killed a large number of students from the General Star Hall, they were just a motley crew in their eyes. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School also lost 60 to 70 people, especially since Yang Zitian had been killed. Moreover, Lu Ming had taken most of the storage rings of the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword sect. Most of the Blood Ant eggs had fallen into his hands. They had not gained a single thing and were extremely embarrassing. Ha ha ha. The red-haired old man laughed heartily. Tianyun thanks Elder Hong and 8th Prince. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists to express his gratitude to the red-haired elder and Hua Qi. Tianyun, there's no need for such formalities. Hua Qi helped Lu Ming up. Tianyun, this old man should be thanking you. Not only did you help me win a piece of Sky Star Mithril, but you also severely suppressed the arrogance of the 10 Direction Sword School. It's really satisfying. The red-haired old man laughed. They wanted to kill me, I was just fighting back. Lu Ming said with a smile. Ha, let's go back to the General Star Hall. The red-haired old man laughed and waved his hand. The group immediately returned to the General Star Hall. First, count your harvest. Come here tomorrow morning to count the number of Blood Ant eggs. The red-haired elder ordered in a large hall of the General Star Hall. The crowd nodded and dispersed. Lu Ming returned to the dormitory and hurried to the Supreme Shrine. He could not wait to see what he had gained. There was a pile of storage rings in front of him. There were nearly 300 of them, and they all belonged to the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Lu Ming started to count. He placed 1 Blood Ant egg and 1 spirit crystal. The other things were also sorted out. There were too many things. Lu Ming took a total of 6 hours to do the inventory. Looking at the item in front of him, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Then, he was overjoyed. The harvest was too great. The Blood Ant eggs had been obtained by the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. In addition to the ones he had obtained from the Blood Ant nest, there were more than 23,000 of them. Among them, there were more than 13,000 pills in the Blood Ant nest, and the nearly 300 people from the 10 Directions Sword sect had contributed about 10,000. Over 23,000 Blood Ant eggs. This was a massive number. No one in history had ever obtained so many Blood Ant eggs. If 6 Blood Ant eggs could be exchanged for 1 blood refinement pill, then 23,000 Blood Ant eggs could be exchanged for 3,800 Blood Ant eggs. More than 3,800 blood refinement pills. He exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. The more he accumulated before the second bloodline was awakened, the better. Lu Ming used a storage ring to store all the Blood Ant eggs. Then, he looked at the pile of crystals. There were a total of 620,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. In addition to his previous spiritual crystals, he had already exceeded 700,000 spiritual crystals. Robbing is still the most refreshing. Lu Ming sighed. Of course, this was just a thought. He couldn't go and rob for no reason. Apart from the Blood Ant eggs and spirit crystals, other things like spirit herbs, spirit medicine, spirit weapons, and all sorts of forging materials were also piled up like mountains. However, most of them weren't of high grade. A small number of them were level 3, while most of them were level 2 or level 1. However, the value of so many of them was still shocking. Just a few hundred storage rings alone were worth a lot. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to get rid of all these miscellaneous things. After packing everything, Lu Ming started to cultivate in satisfaction. The next day, Lu Ming went to the main hall. He discovered that the red-haired elder and Hua Qi had both arrived. Tianyun. Hua Qi smiled and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming also smiled. Other than them, there were also a few elders from the imperial family. Soon, more than 20 students who had participated in the Blood Ant Secret Realm had arrived. Alright, now take out the blood ant eggs you obtained from the Blood Ant Secret Realm and count them. Then, hand them over to the elders of the Imperial family to refine the blood refining pill. Under normal circumstances, 3 blood ant eggs can be used to refine 1 blood refinement pill. According to the rules, if you hand over 6 blood ant eggs, you can exchange them for 1 blood refinement pill. The red-haired old man explained the rules again. Everyone nodded. Immediately, a young man stepped forward and took out a storage ring. The storage ring glowed, and suddenly, many blood ant eggs appeared on the table. An elder began to count. There are a total of 62 blood ant eggs. 60 of them can be exchanged for 10 blood refinement pills. The royal family will pay 300 spiritual crystals for the remaining 2 blood ant eggs. Are you willing to buy them? The imperial family elder asked. I'm willing. The young man said. If the blood ant eggs couldn't be used to refine blood refinement pills, then it was useless to keep them and might as well be sold. 300 spiritual crystals for 1. At the side, Lu Ming gasped and his eyes were burning with excitement. He even wanted to sell all the blood ant eggs. How many spirit crystals would he get? Of course, he was just thinking about it. No matter how many spiritual crystals he had, they were not as important as the blood refinement pill. Even if you had spiritual crystals, you wouldn't be able to buy a pill like the blood refinement pill on the market. Then, he counted them one by one. Most of the students from the General Star Hall did not obtain many blood eggs. They only obtained around 100 blood eggs, and the highest number of blood eggs obtained by one of them was only slightly over 200. On the other hand, Ming Qing surprised everyone. He had obtained more than 360 blood ant eggs and was temporarily ranked first. Ming Qing grinned. It was all thanks to Lu Ming that he was able to obtain so many. He had followed Lu Ming to kill blood ants in the blood ant nest and obtained more than 200 pills. Including his own, he had more than 360 pills. Now, Tianyun. The red-haired old man said. Buzz. Buzz. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming, their faces filled with anticipation. Lu Ming had robbed most of the storage rings of the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect. How many blood ant eggs could he have obtained? Everyone was very curious. Isn't this table too small? I don't think it can fit. Lu Ming looked at the table and smiled bitterly. Ah! Everyone was stunned. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.